Hey everybody, welcome to the first live training. This is for the Christmas Challenge 2019, and thank you for coming on. There's quite a few people on the call. That is awesome. The replay, because people are going to ask, it will be posted. Just give me a 1 if you can hear me and see my screen okay. Just making sure everybody can hear me. Right on. Cool. And just let me know where you're located. Just want to get an idea. Just type it in the chat box there. Mexico, right on. Orlando, UK. Dallas, Texas. Nice. And I'm in Canada. New York. Okay, so we got everywhere. Man, we've literally got around the world. Very cool. A couple more coming in. Hot Atlanta. Huh. Right on, right on. No problem, Wendy. Anytime. There's a lot more training coming up too. Dallas, PA. Dallas, PA, right on. Cool. Okay, so why don't we just dive right in, because we've got a lot of ground to cover, and I want to make sure I get everything in. And if we go over an hour, so be it. But the goal is to, get phase 1 here done. So first, what we're going to talk about is, of course, necklaces. And the first one that I'm going to focus on for this Christmas challenge is the family niche, and I'm going to show you like my bread and butter, which is daughter necklaces. So these are going to be a dad buying it for a daughter, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do this, how to get like tons of these made, sell a whole bunch of them. Made a lot of money in this niche, know it very well. So I'm going to come out of the gate with my best possible foot forward for you guys, so that you can take what you learn here, apply it to your own campaigns, and these are great Christmas gifts too. These are like awesome Christmas gifts. We can even put in the ad copy, get this for your daughter for Christmas, and it's like perfect. It's awesome. Can't wait. The Christmas, buying frenzy is huge. People buy a ton of stuff. So we've got a couple steps we're going to do here. First, we're going to do some research. I'm going to show you live how I research things, how I create my idea folder, how I put quotes into like a Google Sheet. I'll show you exactly how to create that. Then you guys, after this call, you're going to go and do this. You're going to follow what I did. You're going to do it on your own, create your own idea folder, your own kind of quote folder. And sorry, I have to keep pausing it because I have a wicked chest cold right now. Then number 2, we're actually going to create a design. So we're going to do one on this. You're going to do multiple though. So you're just going to repeat that step for whatever quotes you have. And then number 3, I'm going to show you how to upload this to Teespring. So I do have access. I've sold on there already. It works very well. It's pretty simple to use. Right now, as you'll see in a second, once we're done the research and the design creation, it is manual at this point. It's basically like going in Teespring, going in a launcher, and I'll show you the steps. And then, so it's not instant. It'll take, they actually have to manually create the listing for you, but you tell them exactly what you want. And then they do it. Then you can edit the listing inside your Teespring dashboard. So that's all good once it's created. So it's just because we're in the beta that is happening like this. All right. So don't panic. And for people that are watching the replay of this, by the time you see this, it may be that it's not manual because they're out of beta for this. So we're kind of we're like the pioneers going through this. But I know Teespring very well. That's where I started. So let's go right into this and let's start. So the first place I'm going to start, I'm going to show you 3 places that we can get ideas for necklaces. So the first, step 1, we got to figure out what do we want to sell. I know I want to sell a daughter necklace, and I know I want it to be from a dad. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I know well. So I'm going to go to Facebook. And so I'm going to type this in, literally, to my daughter, because a lot of results are going to pop up here that are from other marketers that are already selling products that say to my daughter on them. And, maybe they've been through some training in the past, maybe not. We're never going to copy anybody though. We're going to use whatever we see as inspiration, and then we're going to do our own version. All right. So let's start here. Now we've got the ability to go to posts, people, photos, pages, all that good stuff. What I like to do, some of these have, like, I love my daughter. a million people like that to me versus this one, like 451 likes. So this page, I'm going to open that in a new tab. Let's see what they're doing on here. That's huge. So they are basically just posting, well, looks like back in May, but they're posting messages. And the cool part, I'm going to show you a neat trick for this. So these aren't products that we're seeing, but these are quotes. The best part of these quotes is we can actually see how many comments and shares there are. So isn't that awesome? So let's start up. I saw one up here, caught my eye. So this was posted back in May, but look at that. Like 1,900 comments, 22,000 shares, 8,100 likes. Well, likes, loves, or whatever, sad. And it says, a message for my daughter. In my eyes, there's no one that can equal your beauty. No word that can describe how much you mean to me. Nothing that could lessen my love for you, as you have it all, tripping over tongue. As you have it now, and for all eternity, no matter how old you might be, you will always be my little girl to me. Wow. So, holy crap, I just stumbled on a gold mine. First shot out. I didn't even plan that. So I am going to go and create a sheet. Go to google.com/sheets. These are awesome. They're free. You can access them anywhere. And we're going to call it necklace quotes for, well, I mean, we just need necklace quotes, right? Here's what we're going to do. We can put the date. We can put the niche. So we can put them all on here if we want. We can put the quote, and we can put the status. Now, I'm going to fancy this up because why not? Let's go white. Let's go with the background of black. And let's make that bold. There we go. Date is today, 09/10/19. Niche. Dad's daughter. Quote. All right, let's grab this quote. I'm going to drag this over to my other screen. I'll go like this. Just rearrange things a little bit. So I'll kind of split them here. And this is what you guys are going to be doing. So to see me setting things up and everything is probably a good thing. There we go. All right. So here I would say this to my, I'm not going to capitalize yet, but I will later. So to my daughter, in my eyes, there is no one that can equal your beauty. No word that can describe how much you mean to me. Nothing that could lessen my love for you. As you have it now and for all eternity. No matter how old you might be, you will always be my little girl to me. All right, so you're probably thinking, Will, that's way too long, can't do that. Well, the beauty of it is we can cut it up into sentences. So I could have maybe 3 designs out of this. I could say, like, to my daughter, in my eyes, there's no one that can equal your beauty. No word that can describe how much you mean to me. Love you. Love always, love dad. That could be one. Then you could say, to my daughter, there's nothing that could lessen my love for you as you have it now and for all eternity. I love you, love dad. There's number 2. Number 3, to my daughter, no matter how old you might be, you'll always be my little girl to me. Love dad. I just picked 3 necklaces out of one quote. I know this quote works. I mean, if I wanted to get a little greedy, I could try and throw it all onto one necklace, but then the writing's going to be super small. Now, this is a trade-off. I've seen a lot of guys putting a lot of text onto necklaces lately and making a lot of money over on other platforms, but if we do that, we're probably going to tick them off because they can't really read it. But at the same token, we're not doing customer service, so I mean, it's a personal call. I think if they can read the text, it's probably better. And if we can take an awesome quote and we can split it up and make like 3 necklaces out of it, Well, why not do that instead of trying to jam it all on one? So I think that's what we'll do. So that has the potential right there to be 3 different necklaces. So I'm going to put this pending like so. So I've got one. That's awesome. So now I can just scroll through and look for more. And it says like mom. I'm just looking at the comments and the shares pretty much. I don't even really care what it says, to be honest. This one's huge, but this is more for, I think, mom to daughter than dad to daughter. Check on your friends with strong-willed daughter. We're not okay. I love my daughter. That's simple. Oh, I don't know. I'm doing a video here. I love my daughter. Another video. My daughter is the best thing that ever happened to me. So that was posted actually like last year. Or no, around Christmas last year. Still, that's decent. 6.2, 566, and 8.6. That's pretty good. Yeah, why not? So why don't we go like this? You can modify these too, right? So we're looking for inspiration, so we go same date. And I got another one. Dad to daughter. And here I'll say, to my daughter, you are the best thing that ever happened to me. Love, Dad. There you go. Got 2. Easy peasy. And I know it's working because people are already responding to it. Daughter, you're my treasure. I love you. Again, that one's working. Possible. Hey, daughter, I just want to tell you, can't imagine my life without you. I love you so much. That's actually not bad. So let's just go with this. Put it there. Now we'll just say this. To my daughter, I just want to tell you I can't imagine my life without you. I love you so much. Love, Dad. Now you're probably wondering, Will, why aren't you doing love mom? Why aren't you doing love grandpa? Why aren't you doing love grandma? You can. I'm just showing you, we're going to focus here. Focus is the key to making money. We're going to get into a niche and we're going to dominate this niche. So after this, if you say, yeah, I don't want to do dad to daughter, I'm going to do mom to daughter, you can. In my experience, I found mom to daughter is not as profitable as dad to daughter. I don't know why. It's just the way it is. So you can try it. There's nothing stopping you from going outside of that. And as long as you're using the greeting card format of to my blank, quote, love blank, right? So to my granddaughter, you are the best thing that ever happened to me. Love grandpa, or love grandma, or love Mimi, or love Momo, or whatever they call each other. So here's another one. That's more of my children. But we can keep going, scrolling through. Again, they posted that again. No matter how old my kids get, they're always going to be my babies. Me. I will love my kids forever. I don't want kids. They posted that one again. That's cool. A National Daughters Day. Oh, when is that? I forgot about that. September 25th? Okay. Oh, is that right? I had no idea. Been in this niche for years, had no idea. Very cool. All right. And let me know if you can hear me cough when I turn off my mic, because I don't want to be coughing in your ear. I love my amazing daughter so much. Weird, eh? Like, okay, so there's a possibility there. The wording is a little off, so I might tweak it a little bit, but another one. To my daughter. I love you so much. You are amazing. Love, Dad. Like, that is just simple, straight to the point. Like, hey, you're amazing and I love you. Like, what if I were a daughter and my dad gave me that, I'd be like, oh, sweet, I love it. And obviously people are responding to that. So very cool. I hope you know how much I love you. Even simple stuff like that. Like, man, we're like, I didn't think I would get this many off this, but geez, I'm getting excited here. So to my daughter. And the research part is fun because there's no limit to what you can do here. I hope you know how much I love you. Love, Dad. There we go. There's 5 right there. All right. I'm going to, like, didn't mean to spend that much time there. That was just a page, right? So now we've also got videos, which do show a lot of stuff too. And then you can see quotes on the videos. There's other pages as well that you can see. Like when you get one that has that many comments, that many shares. Oh, look at that. You know what that is? That, my friends, is a ShineOn necklace. And that is a quote that's been used quite a bit. And it works. That's why it's used quite a bit. So this one had 628 comments, 5.4 K likes, shares, or whatever. Likes or loves or whatever. 2.7 K shares. So that's a lot. And then the cool part is, like, I'm going to show you this more. You guys are going to be like, Will, slow down. I'm getting too many ideas. Click it. Go to the store. So this one is, ooh, naughty. He's using a ShineOn box. This is from ShineOn, and he sent him to Gear Bubble. Ooh, that's not cool, but oh well. Whatever. People do it. So there it is, and it's sold a bunch because I've seen that on Gear Bubble before. So you can see that. And then you're like, okay, well, if this guy was selling these, why don't we check out his page? Father and daughter, probably in my niche, right? There's not as many. Oh, look at that's the owner of ShineOn. Cool. If you go through and you go to photos or posts, I guess posts. I don't know if we'll see dark posts, but we could see it's probably under photos. Well, again, we're getting lots of these. So when you're using Facebook, the beauty is it's pretty much they've already done the research for you because you're seeing how people are responding to these, all of these quotes and necklaces and all that stuff. So here's a lot on here, quite a few. So you can go and check them and you'd be like, okay, well, that looks cool. What's this one? And I apologize if this is somebody on the call, but I just stumbled onto your site. So let's see. So 1 comment, 2 shares. Odds are it didn't work. But I think the quote itself, like, it's not quite the right format here. It's confusing. Daughter, never forget that. Love, dad, I love you. Like, it's you got to do to my daughter, move this down to the bottom, then have this up here. Never forget that I love you and that I will always have your back. Whatever will come your way, know that I will always have my guidance and support. The quote is off. That's why it didn't do well. So you can see that it's kind of clunky. It just doesn't flow. So, but there's a ton of options in here that you can go through. This person, hey, amen. Like they're taking a ton of action, and I guarantee you they're having success now. But there's a lot of these in here. Looks like virus style too. That you can see that might have a little bit too much text because you can't read it. So check those out. This is what I'm referring to. This one on Gear Bubble, you just can't read it. Like it's tiny. These are only like 1 inch by 1 inch. So this writing, you would literally need like a magnifying glass to read it. So this is what I don't want to do. I would break this up into like 3 necklaces. All right. And I think you guys should too, because otherwise you're going to get complaints. And then when you go and try and market to the buyers in the future, you're not going to be able to because they're going to be upset with their original purchase and they're not going to buy more. So I'm just trying to go back here. So that's probably an example of like what not to do more than anything. And then message for our daughters. Ooh, a group. Ooh. Nice. Very, very good. Oh, a couple of my results are coming up. Father, daughter again. Father, daughter. A couple more for me. Tuesday tip. Mother's Day. Oh, okay. I got my own. So that's cool. When you do find a daughter page, go through it and you'll get some gold. All right. So let's X out of that. X out of that. Now let's go to number 2. My number 2 on the list is Pinterest. And here I just go daughter quote. Oops. Daughter. Come on. Type Will. Daughter quotes. All right. There we go. So I'm just going to go generic. It used to be we could sort these by the number of pins, but now we can't do it, which sucks. But the little trick here is usually the ones that float up to the top of the results are the best. So you can click on these, open a new tab, and I'm having trouble reading that small, but she is my heart, my soul, my best thing ever happened to me, source of many laughs and a few tears. She's my daughter and she is my world. Okay, so what would you do with that one? Because it's not really following the format, but we could translate it to follow the format. And if it's the #1 result when you type in daughter quote, that means it's pretty good. So let's go to my daughter. You are my heart, my, and then instead of commas, use hyphens on these designs. Works better. My soul, my best thing that ever happened to me. You are my heart, my soul, my best thing. Wait, you know what? That's really long. So let's go like this. My world. There you go. I love you. Oh, Dad. So I just took it and I kind of made a variation of it. And #3, yeah, there are other programs now that come and go that you can sort this stuff. And yeah, one is in the comments here from Hale. SortingSocial.com does show the number of saves or engagement, so you can use that tool as well to sort Pinterest by engagement. And the higher the engagement or saves or pins, the better it is usually. Okay, so that one, self-worth, strength, change. Okay, not taking that one. I love you more than I've ever found a way to say to you. Now that I like. Why? Because it's simple and it just says, hey, I love you and I want you to know. And I think that's kind of the point. So let's go here, paste. To my daughter. I guess we could do a column that just says to my daughter because they'll start that way. I love you more than I have ever found a way to say to you. Love, Dad. That's actually a pretty good one. Getting a couple pretty good ones here. I like that one. All right, so that's what you do. You go through Pinterest, scroll through, and then just to mention, side note here because it came in from Hale in the comments. So let's go SortingSocial.com. And is this paid, Hale? Or is it free? Yeah, it's paid. Okay. But paid is not a bad thing because paid actually means that they'll update it. So some of the free extensions that used to be able to do the same stuff, they didn't update them, so they died, which stinks. Yeah, I like this. I'll go through this. Maybe we'll do another video on sorting social. But for now, just know when you type this in, it's like they have like an algorithm, kind of like Google, where the best results float to the top. All right, so you're gonna get the best quotes up top. I don't know why accident protection is in there, but her name will be fearless. She's the exclamation mark. It's a heart of gold and stardust. So will that make you beautiful? Pretty cool. So yeah, so you get a bunch here. Pinterest is good. I think #1 for me is Facebook now, and then #2 is like Pinterest, and then I'll show you #3, which is might be surprising, but it is Walmart. I like Walmart because you can do this, you can do daughter card, and then what you get is a bunch of Hallmark and whatever greeting cards, right? So happy birthday greeting card for daughter with a heart cutout, and Walmart is much the same in how they list these things. The best results float to the top automatically, and so that just means like this one is probably their best selling daughter card because obviously they're going to give, just like on the shelf space at their store, they're going to put the best stuff up front and they're going to put the worst stuff in the back. So on search results, best stuff goes at the top of the page, the worst stuff or the least selling goes on the bottom, just as kind of filler. Now what do we do here? Well, we look at the card and we say, okay, well, we've got these little things here, right? So we can go like this, we can go like this. When I first saw you, when I first held you, when I first called you my daughter, I loved you then, loved you that now, I loved you always. That's interesting, never really saw that one. When I first saw you, When I first held you, when I first called you my daughter. Loved you then, loved you now, love you always. Okay, so we're getting something here. Getting a little vibe. So we do this. Loved you then, love you now, love you always. You are amazing. That'd be pretty sweet, right? If your dad gave you that one and you're a daughter. So notice I tacked on you are amazing, so just to make it flow, but you could go love you then, love you now, love you always, love dad. But that's a lot of love, so I just put you are amazing to kind of break it up. And then let's see what else we have here. So that's 1, right? So let's go to number 2. What's number 2? Birthday greeting card for daughter, new tab. And let's zoom in so we can actually read it. On your birthday and every day, I celebrate you in my heart. So very difficult to read. Let's see if we can make that bigger. I celebrate, oh crap, the way you've made your mark on this world, touching lives of everyone who loves you. I celebrate your strength, your intelligence, your beauty every day. You know what? I don't like it. Well, it's not that I don't like it. It's just not mushy. It's kind of like, feels very cold. Let's try this one. Sponsor card. So you can see what I'm doing here. I'm just going through cards. And I'm saying, give me something good. So if I know anything about anything, I know that I love having you for a daughter. So that's cute, but not what I'm after. I want more mush. Happy birthday. So it can take a little bit of searching here, which is why Walmart's number 3. A daughter is a gift that keeps giving, keeps surprising, keeps bringing smile after smile. Really? Did I miss a page? Where's the inside? Oh, here we go. Every stage of your life has brought its own special joys. I love you so. Nah, that's not good. All right, so Walmart has let me down in the daughter department so far. But you can also go to other greeting card companies like Hallmark, and you can go in there and look through their cards. I've even had people that I coach, I said, okay, your homework for this week is physically drive to Walmart, walk in, get your phone out, go through the greeting card section, start snapping pictures of cards and the insides. And people are going to look at you like you're weird, but you're doing research. So you can do that. The beauty is when you go to the store, the cards that are at eye level are the premium cards. And Walmart has buyers that vet everything that goes into Walmart. And so they're not going to let a product go on the shelf unless they think it's going to do really well. That's a bonus for us. So online, we're relying kind of on their search algorithm. Offline, in the real world, we're relying on real people who actually read all these cards for us. And then they say, okay, these are the best, put those at eye level. And eye level for like, I can't remember what they said, 5'10" person, 5'8" to 5'10". So me, I'm tall, so I'd be looking down a bit. If you're short, you'd be looking up a bit. But that one kind of row that's at eye level for the general population is the most popular cards. Okay, so a little secret for you. So there we go. I mean, your goal, I didn't even do screenshots yet, but your goal is to like fill up that whole, where did my thing go? Lost my, oh damn it. Sorry. Oh, it's on the other window. Oh, that's right. Hiding on me. Okay. So this is just the quote part. You can also be taking screenshots of necklaces. So to do that, I mean, you would go to Facebook and you go through and find necklaces. You could do this, daughter necklace. And now we're just looking on the design side too. And you're going to get a bunch, right, that come up. And I always see a bunch of mine that have been copied whenever I do this, but that's cool, whatever. Let's go to posts or photos. There. And then, here we go. And then, I love my beautiful family. So there's one. If you like the design, take a screenshot. like so. And take a screenshot, save it. I'm using Snagit for this. And then just save it to an idea folder. Save as, and then I'll go D drive, websites, PPC Coach. Where do I put it? Oh, challenges. And then I'll just call this my ideas. And then I'll make a subfolder called Dad to Daughter Necklaces. And then I'll save this in there. Save. So now I've got it saved. So what you're looking for is kind of the designs, the styles that you like. I guess we can make that bigger. Let's go to this one, or that's cool. This one. To my daughter, never forget, I love you, be the woman I know you can be, love mom. I do like the design, not crazy about the quote, but looks like it did okay. They ran it for a little while back in 2017. So if you like that, take a screenshot of it. See a bunch of others on here. Let's just cycling through that. The other way is to go to websites like Gearbubble or like, well, Teespring will have them shortly, or like Viral Style. I don't even like saying that name, but you can go there to get ideas for design styles that you like. And I'll show you how to get the design styles too, right from our source for actually getting these things made up. So let's go to that now. I think we're on, oh yeah, I spent way too long on research, sorry about that. But you can see that you could literally spend like forever just doing research and coming up with ideas. And the more that you have, the better, in my opinion, because then you're never going to run out of products that you can be testing. So we've got a bunch of quotes here. You should have, I think, for you guys, I want you to get at least 10 to 20 in like the first week. So get those at least 10 to 20 options there. Get a bunch of screenshots and put them into an idea folder using how we showed. And then you're thinking, okay, now it's time to get a design done. Some of you might be a graphic designer and be good at this stuff. Others might not. And I think that some of my top sellers I designed myself back a couple of years ago, and they did really well. But that was before the competition ramped it up. So now I tend to outsource it more and more to places like Fiverr. So because we're going to be focused, I'm just going to recommend dealing with them. So with Fiverr, so I'm actually going to show you how to order one, and then I'll fast forward because I've already got one ready to go to upload to Teespring. In the last part of the webinar, I'll actually upload one. So how do we find this? We go like this. Even like the designers on Fiverr are smart now, and they do look at all the different print-on-demand places out there. So they'll put keywords for ShineOn. So we know that these guys will do ShineOn designs, which is very cool. So we've got a lot of options. You can sort them by all these different ones. Seller details, level 2, new. Don't discount a new seller. Sometimes it could just be that they haven't started yet on here, but they're still good. They're still good designers. So just find if any of these catch your eye, and go ahead and do it. I know this one. She's very good. You can look at the ratings and that's a 565, the reviews. So the star rating and the reviews is there. And this was one I haven't really looked at. Let's check this guy out. So you can see some samples. What does that say? Mom, you are the best. Oh. You're amazing. Diabetic. Interesting. Proud Navy grandma. So there's a couple there. Nothing catches my eye. Or you can even type in this. There we go. There we get even more. So here's one doing those kind of designs. I don't even know if he did them. That kind of scares me because if he's a level 1 seller, I don't know if those are his or if he's just using it as an example. But there's quite a few on here. Some there. Starting from $5. Cool. So let's check this one out. I don't know why it came up first, but that design, I mean, that sold so many. I don't know if he actually did it or he's just using it. So he's got that, I think is not the two companies we're dealing with, but he could easily design it for them. So not too bad, but let's go back here and let's go with this one because I bought from her in the past. I like her, so I don't want to overload her with necklaces. I'm sure she won't mind, but if you go through the samples, see, what's this? Oh, weird. There are a bunch in here. Oh, what's that one? You may steal second, you may steal third, but always remember you stole my heart first. Interesting. The dog tags or whatever. I love shoes. Anyway, she got a couple good designs. So why not? So there's a couple packages. You can order one at a time. So you get one design and one mock-up. Or you can get 3 designs and 3 mock-ups. So if one is, for me, Canadian $20.74, and I'm saving a little bit by buying 3, and I'm saving a lot by buying 5 at a time. So I'm just going to buy one to show you guys, but let's go here, continue, and I'll show you how to buy it. So we're not going to buy the source file. Later on, if you like the design, then you can certainly buy the source file. So let's go here and do order now. It should be already connected. Place your order. And then I'll show you exactly what to write to her. So describe your work. I will do that. Hello. Oops. Hate this stupid pop-up. All right. So first, which one do we want to do? What are you guys thinking? You're the best thing that ever happened to me. I just want to tell you, can't imagine life without you. I love you so much. I love you so much. You are amazing. Which one had the most here? What are we thinking? Top one? Top one had the most shares. Yeah, true. Okay, so let's go with this. Okay, I'm just going to copy this to a new little. Yeah, that's a lot of text, so let's break it up. So to my daughter, in my eyes, there's no one that can equal your beauty, no word that can describe what you mean to me. Not for me. Okay, you know what? I'm going to do this. And then a neat little trick if you have Edit Plus. And change the case. Just like that. So make sure it's always capitalized. And then go, where did Fiverr go? Here, okay. I need a ShineOn heart necklace that says this. Double quotes. Go away, Roboform. All right, there. So to my daughter, no matter how old you might be, you'll always be my little girl to me. Love, Dad. I like that one. That's cute. And like mushy enough too. And then for the design, we can say can you make it a transparent background so that it looks good on a silver and gold necklace. I'll leave the rest to your creativity. And then I'll say this. But I do like text-based designs with hearts and ornamental elements the most. That's it. And then you go that. Now, if you have mock-ups you want to attach, like if you, from your idea folder, say you have a design, you're like, man, I love that design. I just want to get that done up. but with this quote. Then we would attach the file and say, use this design, just change out the quote to this, and then she'll do it. So then you have to click this. The information provided is accurate, complete. Start your order. It's that simple. And then now what she'll do, we have a time here. So today is the 10th, so 2 days, which is decent. There's nothing wrong with that. You can always, I think you can upgrade these to get them faster, but we don't really need to because, 2 days is fine. And later on, if we want to buy it, like I said, if we like it and we want to buy the source file so that we can use the same design but edit out the text, we can buy the source file and then we can use Photoshop to change it out. That is something I've done quite a bit because sometimes you can have a really good design that's selling really well and the quote's doing really well, and then it might fizzle out after you've hit like a lion's share of the market, like if the audience has already seen it a lot. So what you can do is a variant of the design or a variant of the quote, whichever you want to do. So if this one works, like to my daughter, I can't remember what it says, blah, 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 mushy thing, love dad. Then I could say, okay, you know what? Let's try this for a granddaughter. Let's try this for a stepdaughter. Let's try this for, I guess those are the 3 that we can try it for. But then you can do like love mom, love dad, love grandma, love grandpa, love your stepdad, love your stepmom, whatever it may be. So once we hit on something that works, then we can expand the variants to sell even more of the same design by editing just the quote with the source file. Or we can use the design for other quotes. So we'll basically be building up a library of templates that we can edit so that we can use it for other designs. You know what I mean? So this is why, I paid 20 bucks Canadian for a design, but I could probably get like an unlimited number basically of necklaces out of this if I want to just switch out the text using Photoshop, or if I want to switch out who it's to. So instead of to my daughter, change that daughter word to something else. Or if you're not confident in doing that, I know for a fact that you can say, all right, Miss Designer, I love your design, it's working well. Can you do an edit to it? And then she'll do a custom order. It'll be like $5 because she's only switching out a word. So she can do it for you too. So that works very well. Okay, so we'll try that. Now, I did one piece of one design. So I'm going to put it out in here. I'm going to say what I did. So I'll copy, paste, and then I'm going to grab that off my notepad because I want to keep track of this. Paste values only. And then this is, status is Fiverr, meaning it's at Fiverr. And then once I upload it, status will be uploaded to Teespring. Okay. So there's like 3 statuses, like pending, Fiverr, maybe an active, we could put it there, or pending, design, active, however you want to do it. But this way we can keep track of how many we've got going, how many are pending, how many are in design. So maybe we'll put this. Let's do this just so we don't confuse it. So pending, being designed, and active is what we'll do. So once I get that back and upload it, then I'll come back to my sheet. I'll change it to active. So this is a great way to track things for you too, so that you can go back and say, oh, well, I can't get anything to work. And then we're like, okay, well, on your sheet, how many pending do you have? You'll be like 0. Okay, well, so you're not doing research. How many being designed do you have? Well, 0. Okay, so you're not having anything designed. How many active do you have? Oh, 1. And I'll be like, well, there's your answer. You only took one shot at it. So it takes, just because I put this up, it doesn't mean it's going to work. It means I'm taking action and I'm trying to get lucky. Basically, I'm trying to make sure the stars, moon, and the sun all align so that I get sales and I find a big winner that I can then scale later on with my ad campaigns. Not every one of your designs works. You have to know that going in, and you have to accept it. And you can love something to death and think like, well, I'm just going to dump $1,000 into this because the design is perfect. Don't ever do that. Have a fixed amount that you're going to spend. If it spends that without a sale, cut it off. It doesn't mean it's never going to work. It means at that particular point in time, that day of the week, whatever it was, it just didn't go. So it doesn't mean you can't use it later. It doesn't mean you can't promote it later in emails. It just means that you know, it's not gone forever, it's just gone for now. Okay, so use this sheet to track how much activity you're doing. And for now, I mean, your activity is research and then getting designs done and then uploading them. So speaking of uploading, why don't we upload one? Let's show you that now. And then we're coming up on almost an hour into the webinar. So the next two are going to be a little bit longer because I have to do a lot of Facebook ads. So I'm going to show you, like, the plan is to show you two styles that may change in this next webinar. And then the third webinar is going to be scaling and trying to look at my notes here. Scaling and where'd it go? Okay, so here's the plan. So plan for live training number 2 is the rocket method stage 1. And then I'll show you the slow and steady. Somebody requested it, so I'll show it again. And then the plan for live training number 3 is stage 2 of the rocket, the retargeting, which is going to take a while, and then the scaling, which is stage 3. So that's kind of the layout that we're going to be going with. We're at the upload phase here right now. So, like, pretend we're in a time machine, we fast forwarded. I'm going to use a different design than the one I just requested, but I will also run this one, definitely. Because if you're going to buy it, then you're going to test it. There's no point in getting a design done if you don't actually use it, right? And I know it's weird to have to say that, but I do. So go to Teespring, go to Start Designing. And for those of you that haven't been in here, you can choose any of these products that you want to put that image on that you now have. And like, there's tons and tons. They got quite a variety of selection. They even have pillows, which I never thought would work, but they do, oddly enough. Phone cases, tote bags, stickers, mugs, right? So if you have your design done up, there's nothing to stop you from putting that onto a mug and then emailing your people, which you can do right from Teespring too. Hats, cinch sack, I don't even know what that is. All over, totes, drawstring, more hats, beanie, duffel bag. Oh, look what we have here. Ooh. So we can do dog tags. We can do heart necklaces, or we can do circle necklaces. This is all ShineOn, these 3. So you guys should be unlocked. If you don't see these, then you're just not unlocked yet. So we're going to do this one. And here's what I was saying about, by the time you see this, it might be changed. But for now, this is what it looks like. So we have to actually do a little form, fill in a form, and then they will create it, and then we can edit it from our dashboard. So we're going to do a heart necklace. It says all that stuff. The cost here is a little bit higher than you get direct with ShineOn because Teespring is doing the customer service for you. So you have to pay them. It's a couple bucks more than you could get at ShineOn direct. The gold is $18.25 base cost. They're suggesting $49.95. I suggest that's too low. Their silver is $13.72 base cost. They're suggesting selling it at $39.95. So if we look at their numbers, let's go here. Oops, that's the wrong one. Come on. There we go. Okay, so if we sell a gold necklace at $49.95 minus 18.25, that leaves $31.70 to spend on ads before we break even. So our break even on a gold at $49.95 would be $31.77. I don't like that. Now on the silver, $39.95 minus 13.72 is $26.23. That's decent, but I don't like that either. So my suggestion is this: add 10 bucks to each of these at minimum. So the gold, we're gonna go 59, 90, well actually I do 99, and then minus 18.25. Now look at that, $41.74 that I can make on that. Now you might be thinking, Will, are you crazy? There's no way somebody's gonna pay 60 bucks for a necklace. Well, number one, you're wrong. Number two, they'll actually pay more. I've done this, I know this. I know people have this mental barrier on price in their head, but it's all in your head. People will pay it. It's high quality. Go ahead and order one and get it and hold it in your hand. You'll be like, yeah, that's worth it. I agree. The other thing with pricing is the cheaper something is, the less people value it. So if they're going to give this to their daughter, they don't want to give her a piece of junk. They want to give her something that's valuable. something that they have to pay a little bit of money for so that they feel better giving it to her. The daughter feels awesome because they got a nice gift and everybody's happy. So price is more about perception than reality. So if you have this stuck in your head that you have to go low and you have to undercut everybody else, so be it, but you're going to struggle. Okay, you just don't have enough margin to work with to pay for ads. Okay, so at like, what did I say here? $59.99 minus 18.25. So I've got $41.74. If somebody else comes in and says, no, I'm just going to do what they say. So I've got $10 more to spend to get a sale. So while you at $49.95, your break even is $31.70. That means if it costs you $31.70 to get one sale, you're breaking even. If it costs me $31.70 at $59.99 to get a sale, I made $10 profit. See how that works? Therefore, I can outspend you, and I can really scale things better. So the baseline suggestion is, and I'm gonna try and get them to change this because I really don't like that they're suggesting this, is 59 and 49. Okay. Now, how do we do this? Let's continue. So fill out the form to submit your request. If you don't tell them to raise the price, they're going to leave it at their suggested ones. All right, so let's go here. What is my quote again? No matter how old. Okay, so we need a listing URL. So please provide listing URL you want us to create for you on this product. So we'll go like this. That's what I'll put, just part of my design. Account email, put in your email. And then the product they need to know, it's a heart. And then you can do it's actually silver, I don't know why they have steel, gold, or both. So in this case, the design I'm gonna show right now is gold only, but try and get designs done that'll look good on both gold and silver. Okay, so I'm gonna do gold only. Now design file, it's just a template, and I'm going to show you one that I'm going to use right here. So I have this one, to my daughter, you're amazing, always remember that, love dad. I'm going to put this up on Teespring. So let's go and do it. So it's add files, and this is in my folder. Our challenges, right here. Oops, yeah. I don't know why it's showing as black, but that is actually this file. So you can see how simple this is. And this design came from Fiverr. And look at what I did. The format, to my daughter, you're amazing, always remember that, love dad. That's it. Simple. Super simple. Super easy. And then you can do if you're having trouble uploading, then you can upload it to your own server or Dropbox or Google Drive, and you can just put the link here instead. And now we're getting into the good stuff. So this is the listing title, which is limited to 40 characters. So we're gonna go to my daughter, you are amazing. I can't remember how many characters that is. If you want to count them, go to online character count there. Just paste it. Enter. 43. Damn it, too long. Okay. 43. Man. All right, so we're going with to my daughter, you're amazing. So then copy that and go back to the launcher. There. Now, the description. I'm gonna just open up another window here because I need my example, which is right here. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna prep this, and we have 1,500 characters. So you can go to the character count tool, and you can do this. Looking for a great gift for your daughter. And then this is it. This to my daughter. You are amazing. Love, Dad. Necklace is an awesome gift for any daughter. She will love to get this. It makes a great birthday gift for her at any age and will definitely put a huge smile on her face. If you want to give it as a Christmas gift or wedding gift or a just because gift, that works too. Get her one now and watch her cherish this awesome daughter necklace forever. There you go. So I'm way below the character count. I spelled daughter wrong. But what I'm trying to do here is put in some keywords that will get picked up by Google on the index page. So gift for any daughter, daughter gift, birthday gift, Christmas gift. So if you want to give it as a Christmas gift, well, let's do this. Daughter Christmas gift or daughter wedding gift or just because gift, that works too. Get her one now and watch her cherish this awesome daughter necklace forever. Okay, there we go. So I've got a lot of keywords in here. I'm not relying on free traffic, but I might as well try and get it. It's just a paragraph. And what you want to do, the format is ask a question, say you found it, and then say what they, it's an awesome gift for any daughter. She'll love it. And then say it's going to make a great birthday gift for any age, put a huge smile on her face. And then if you want to give it as a daughter Christmas gift or daughter wedding gift or just because gift, that works too. So I'm just saying all the different ways they can give it. I mean, Christmas is coming up. That's what we're focused on, but this listing is going to be up year round. All right. Somebody's saying no sound. Can everybody hear me? Let me know in there. Give me a 1 in the chat box if you can hear me okay. Okay. Robert, I'm not sure. I'm getting everybody else can hear me. Check your microphone or your speakers. Maybe they went out. Okay, everybody's good. Good. Yeah, so we just want to make sure that we're speaking to them, ask a question, say they found the spot, then say what they can give it for, and throw in the mushy stuff too, because we're trying to make the buyer feel good about giving this gift to the daughter. We want them to we want them to know that they're going to make the daughter feel special for getting this, and that's what we want to convey. It's not necessarily the necklace that we're selling, it's the emotion of giving something nice to your daughter and having her like it and having her appreciate it and having her, getting a big hug back in return. That's what we want to try and convey when we're doing the description. It's not like, this is made of gold. The gold is this big. You can wash it with a cloth. Like, no, that's not what we care about with the product description. We want to try and get them to feel that emotion of, oh, I definitely have to buy this because I want her to feel good about herself. And I can't wait to see her open it. That's what we want to do. Okay, so when you're doing your descriptions, always follow that format of we want them to be happy with buying it, and we want them to be excited about giving it as a gift. So there we go, put that in there. Store URL, I don't have a store for this yet, but you can easily create a store in Teespring, and then they'll add this to your store. You can do this later you can edit it through your dashboard later too. And then comments, here's what we have to say. Please price this at $59.99. Okay, if you don't say that, they're going to go with their defaults. So make sure you up it and then submit. Thank you. Now this, how long does it take? I know they don't work weekends. So if you launch it on a Saturday or Sunday, you're going to wait a little bit longer. Monday, they probably have a big queue going from the weekend. So I would say 24 to 48 hours to get this live. So don't expect this to be instant, that you can jump right in next and do the Facebook ad campaign, which is why I'm going to end it on that note. So just to recap what we've done today, we're ready to go. You'll get an email when it's ready, and then you can go into there and see it. All right. There's videos there too. But I'm going to bring up my summary and what's next. Let's go here. My very fancy slide. So what we did today, we did research, a lot of it, and I hope you guys got a lot of good idea. And then we created the design to get it made. Then we uploaded it to Teespring. Okay, so the second live training, 1 week from today, is going to be all about ad campaigns. The first two, the stage 1 of the rocket method and the slow and steady method I'm going to show you as well. Then the following week, live training number 3, we're going to do the rocket method stage 2. Then this one is huge. This retargeting for the necklace. I'm going to show you a couple tricks that we can use. Not tricks, but I mean solid marketing techniques in order to sell even more. And then the stage 3 is like scaling the rocket method. So I'll show you that too. So stage 1 is an ad set level budget. The slow and steady is an ad set level budget. These ones, actually, stage 2 and stage 3 are campaign budget optimization campaigns. So CBO is what they're called. All right, if you have any questions, feel free to post them. I think we covered quite a bit. There was some comments along the way I was reading. A lot of good tips. Looking for a great gift, no sound. This has to be sold on Teespring. Well, it doesn't have to be. You could put it on your own store. But the beauty of Teespring and ShineOn is you don't have to do any customer service. You don't have to handle refunds. You don't have to do any of that. And I can tell you, and guys that have a Shopify store will vouch for this, customer service with an online store is the biggest drawback of having an online store. Even when you outsource it, even when you hire people to do it, it's a pain in the butt. You literally get people that order, and then 2 or 3 hours later, they're like, where's my order? On email. And you're like, oh my God, are you kidding me? Because Amazon Prime has ruined this for the rest of the world, basically. So I get it. People are excited to get their products, but my responses are always, hey, like, we're not Amazon Prime. We don't have that infrastructure in place. It's going to be like a week or two before you get this. Once you've responded to like, oh, I don't know, 20,000 of those emails saying the exact same thing, you get really tired of it. And then you hire people to do it, and then the people are like, well, they're saying this, this, and this. What do I do? And you're like, Jesus, pardon my French, but I might as well just do it myself. So now, when you outsource, now you're the manager, and you got to manage these customer service reps. Or, okay, well, hire a manager to handle the customer service reps. Holy cow! Now you got layers. Now you got a whole new set of headaches. So with Teespring, it's like your goal is to come up with ideas, create them, launch them, market them, and you're done. You get paid. The other stuff with all the customer service headaches and stress, they're gone out of your life. So I like this. I do have my own stores. I do use Teespring. I do use other platforms. I do a mix, but in a perfect world, I would not have a store because I can't stand customer service. I really can't. It gets to the point where you're like, I could launch 10 new necklaces today, and I know at least 3 are going to be winners, and I know at least one of those 3 are going to be really big winners and make me a lot of money, but I don't want to do the customer service on it. So for me personally, when that biggest headache that's out there, the biggest demotivator for me doing business and selling necklaces is gone, it makes me want to just pump out more and more and more and let them handle it. Let somebody else worry about answering all these people and all these emails. And then you get the real nasty people that just ruin your entire day because they're so rude. And it's like, I'm a human too. Don't do this. So anyway, that's why I do it. Oh yeah, there's like Etsy, there's a whole bunch of other ones. Can you sell in Teespring? Oh yeah, somebody's saying, can we sell in multiple places? Of course, absolutely. So get a design done, put it up here, put it up on Etsy, put it up on your store. No problem. You own the design. It's yours. Put it all over the place. Why not? Yeah, for sure, Linda. I hope that answers it. All right. Now, the beauty of the forums is I'm going to post this replay. You're going to watch it. In the challenge section where this replay is, if you have questions, post a new thread, ask your question, we'll answer it. So you're getting training and support. Your goal now, go do research, fill out that sheet with quotes, get at least a couple designs made and uploaded. Then you'll be ready for next week when we actually start the ads. Okay, I don't want to move too quickly because I ran a boot camp in the past and I was like, I'm just going to run it over 7 days. And the response was awful because people are like, you did it too fast. I'm so overwhelmed. I don't know what to do. And I'm like, okay. I'll back it out. We'll do one thing at a time. So I know people have jobs, they have families, they have friends, they have social lives. So we're going to do it at a pace that's reasonable for you. So the homework, research, design, upload. That's your 3 focuses for the week. Next week, we're going to launch these. All right. Awesome. Thank you, everybody, for coming on. I appreciate it. And we will see you next week, and we'll see you in the forums. Have a great day. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the webinar, live training session number 2 for the Christmas challenge. Getting organized here. I do have a bit of a cold still. I apologize. Yeah, welcome aboard. Just give me a 1 in the chat box if you can see the screen and hear me okay. Right on. Good. All right, so today I'm going to dive right in. No fluff at all. We have to cover a lot of ground. So the plan for today is to show you stage 1 of the rocket method. So I'll set that up right in front of you and launch it. And then I'm also going to show you the slow and steady method. So there's 2 different routes you can take when you're launching these necklaces. Each one does work. The rocket method is built more for scaling quickly. The slow and steady method is built more for moving, just like it says, slow and steady. So the slow and steady is like an old method that I've used for a long time. Some of you may have seen it before, but it still does work. So I'm going to demonstrate that for everybody, just to make sure we're all on the same page. I'm going to talk a lot about targeting today, because you're like, well, what do I target? You know, I've got this necklace going out to, we have to target a dad who's buying it for a daughter. So how do I do that? Like, is there an interest on Facebook that says dad buying something for his daughter? Well, no, there's not. So we have to make sure that we target things that we think may be appropriate. So you'll see what I mean as I do it. So I'm just going to go here. We need a couple assets too. So the first thing we need is we're going to need the URL, obviously, but we're also going to need an image. So the beauty of these is we have 2 choices here we can pick. I would love to have a mock-up that has like a human in it, like a human face or a human hand or something, because the human stuff works a little bit better on Facebook. They actually have technology where they can see what is in the image itself. So the box is nice because it's different and it works. The necklace itself is like an old school way too that you can do, but I'm going to go with this. So what you need to do is you need to save this to your computer. And I'll put it in right in here. So just create a folder. I've got this one, Christmas challenge. I'm just going to save that one as static.jpg. Then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to open up Photoshop. I'm going to open up that file, and I just want to make it, I want to resize it basically. So let's go here. There we go. So I've got this, and then if I go to image size, you can see it's 480 by 480. So it's a little small for Facebook. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it square. I'm just going to make it bigger. So 1080 by 1080. Now, if you don't have Photoshop, you can use programs like GIMP, which is free. And all we're doing is resizing an image. So it's very simple. Then export as PNG, and I'll save this as my 1081. Save. There. That's it. That's the image that I'm going to use on my Facebook ads right there. So I got that. So now I'm going to go into my account, and I'm going to create the first campaign. So let's go in here. So go create. And in here, I don't think I have anything running in here right now in this account because I've created like 3 new ones since. So the way I start these is I will go with simply this, the campaign number. So in my case, I think I have to go number 34. So I always put 00 in front of it because when you're sorting campaigns, you can see some old ones on the left there where I didn't number them, and it's very jumbled and hard to see. Start with 001 and then the version number. So in this case, I'm on campaign 34 version 1. So why 1? Because I know I'm going to have more versions in this campaign, and versions just mean like more campaigns for the same product. So now in my ad account, 0034 is like the identifier for that necklace, To My Daughter You Are Amazing on Teespring. So when I'm creating my custom audiences later and my lookalike audiences later, all I need to put in is 0034, and that will list everything. But when you have multiple products running, it can get confusing trying to look through custom audiences and lookalikes. So the best way to do it is just give each product a unique campaign number in your Facebook ad account. All right, hope that makes sense. So now I'll just go like this. I'll say Teespring. I'll put the date. And we are in the morning right now, but I don't recommend you start stuff during the day anymore. Always go to the next day at 12 o'clock a.m. So that's that, and then this is going to be a conversion campaign. They all are. So now I'm just going to go here and take the name right off, copy that title exactly as I have it. This helps me later if I'm going back through campaigns and I forgot about this one, maybe it didn't work and I want to check on it, then I know that this title is identical to this title, plus I know this number 0034 identifies this campaign on Teespring. So now we get to this new category thing. Doesn't matter to me, so I don't need to check it. This is when Facebook got in trouble for excluding people from housing ads, which is bizarre to me. Like, why would a business have to focus on a potential market that's never going to buy from them? I don't get it, but somebody raised a stink and Facebook had to put this in now, so that's why that's there. Auction is always this. I've never really done reach and frequency, to be honest. For this, we go to conversions. And then they have a split test thing. We're not going to use that right now. And this is what they want. They want you to do this campaign budget optimization. So by default, it will be on. And that's where you set the budget at the campaign level. In stage 2, we'll be doing this. In stage 1, we're turning it off. So then I go here, and now my numbering is like this, 0034-01. That identifies the campaign number and the version. And then ad set is 1. And again, I love my double zeros in front. I'm just going to put the date. And then for the ad, I'm going to use the same ad, so with the same post ID. So I'll just put this in. I'll put the date. I always like to put the date in. And then add 1. So this interest, I'll just swap that out with whatever I want to put in for the interest. And then save to draft. So that will go to this little screen, which has nice panels now, which is different from like even a year ago. But that's cool. So we've got our campaign, ad set, ad. So here we go to the ad set level. And what we want to do is cross this out, go here, make sure you have this Pixel Helper app, Facebook Pixel Helper extension, installed in Chrome. Because when I reload the page, you'll see that it's showing my pixel, and this is Teespring's pixel. So Teespring is tracking this too, because they will run retargeting as well for this. So this is ours, and you'll see a lot of people get confused because they see this little warning, but this warning doesn't mean anything. It just means we don't have a catalog set up for our products, but it will still work. So how this works is we have the campaign URL, no matter how old. See right there. Content type is product. Content IDs, no matter how old. Value. So they're passing this through to Facebook, which I personally do not like, because now we're telling Facebook what we're getting paid, and I believe this is the reason that Facebook ad costs have gone up in the past little while, because everybody and their dog started passing values through just so they could have a column that showed website purchase value, and I believe that has screwed up the whole system. It's just raised costs overall. So I don't like it, but I'm in the minority on that. Content name is basically the title of the product right on the page. But all we're really concerned about later on when we're making custom audiences, not today, but in the next call, this is how we're going to do it. The campaign URL is going to equal no matter how old, which is this right here. Okay. So this Facebook Pixel Helper extension just shows you all the information that is being sent to Facebook. So if you don't have it, install it. Just literally go to Google, type in Facebook Pixel Helper, and you'll get that. All right. And right here, let's go back. So I know I need this pixel, 149, purchases. So I want to do the purchase event. We don't want to do add to cart. We don't want to do view content because they don't work. So you'll get lots, if you do view content, you'll get a lot of people that view your page and they don't really add to cart and they don't buy. If you optimize for add to cart here, you're going to get lots of people that add to cart, but they don't buy. If you optimize for purchase, you're going after the meat. You're going after the best ones, the premium people within that audience that you're targeting. And I'll talk more about that in a second, but well, even right now, I have this wide open with like no targeting. I think it's just, it defaults to Canada for me. So let's change this to United States because I want to show you something. We're talking about that. All right. So if I leave it wide open on the United States, there's 230 million people that would be in this audience if I didn't do any targeting at all. Now, within this 230 million people, not all of them will fit under this criteria. Not all of these 230 million are buyers. Only a fraction of them have actually bought stuff on Facebook. And you're like, well, how the heck does Facebook know if they bought something? Because Facebook tracks everything. They know everything about everybody. And what do you think this pixel is doing? It's gathering data for Facebook so that Facebook can then, when other advertisers and you are saying, I only want buyers, they'll go through their database and they'll only show the ad to people who are buyers, right? And then when they run out of those, then they'll go to everybody else. So it's not 230 million people we're targeting. That's the audience size. It's actually a fraction of that we're actually showing the ad to. Okay, so just so we're clear on that. That's why if you do view content, then Facebook has segmented that 230 million into people who view stuff, people who add to cart, and people who purchase. So if you target view content, you're not necessarily targeting people who buy. If you target add to cart, you're not necessarily targeting people who buy. If you target purchase, you're targeting people who buy. So it costs most, but it's also the best one to use. Even if you have not made a sale yet, go with this. I know a lot of guys say don't do that. They're like, well, start with view content and then do add to cart. And then after you've wasted $5,000, then do purchase. I don't agree. Go for purchase right away. Facebook's smart. They're not humans. They don't wait around. They're not lazy. As soon as they get sales, they start optimizing based on those sales. So people always say, like, I need 50 conversions, I need 100, I need 1,000 before I can do that. Baloney. Not true. You know, there's what Facebook says, and then there's what actually happens, and they're usually two different things. Anyway, moving on. We're going to leave dynamic creative off. We're going to leave the offer off. We're going to set the daily budget on this one. This is our stage 1 test campaign for the Rocket Method to $10 per ad set. So 10 bucks, and now always start it. Just get in the habit of this. 12 o'clock a.m. For some reason, when I set up my ad account, I set it to Pacific time, and I really wish I didn't do that because I'm in Eastern, and it always screws me up. But anyway, make sure when you create your ad account that you set it to the right time zone. So we just keep scrolling down, and now here, when we get into the lookalikes, the list here, and then the custom audiences and all that, or all of them, you'll see why I number them. I've got a whole bunch in here. That's just a few that they're showing. So there's like a lot of audiences, and you can get confused. Set your location to United States, and now here is where we get into the good stuff. So we want to target men because they're dads, and then we want to set the age. So what age do we set it to? Start here at 40 plus. And then we'll look at the data and we'll see which segment within the 40 plus age range actually works best. But I'll tell you right now, for my testing, if you go like 30 plus or 25 plus, the younger guys are not buying these necklaces for their little babies and toddlers because they'll never wear them. And if they do give it to them, they'll eat it and they'll probably choke. So from a human standpoint, don't do that. It doesn't work. I've tested it. Number two, I've tested this stuff. I'm in this niche very deep, and I know what age range works best. It's not 40 plus, but that's where you're going to start. I'll show you what it is, and it will show itself in the next call too. But we need to start there because we need to gather some data. So 40 plus men in the US, that's our baseline demographic that we're going to be targeting. And you're saying, well, how do I know if they have a daughter? You don't. They could have no kids, which is rare, but it does happen. They could have only a son. They could have multiple sons. They could have a son and daughter. They could have one daughter. They could have multiple daughters. We don't know. So that's where that little pixel thing is going to send information to the campaign and the ad account, and it's going to start optimizing based on people who look like other people. Okay, so we need to feed it some data so that Facebook learns, hey, the probability of this guy having a daughter is higher than this guy, so we'll show it to the first person instead of the second. But there is no interest, there's no relationship status that says I only have a daughter. There's nothing on Facebook that we can do. So you might be like, well, that sucks. I'm not doing that then. Okay, you just sit on the sideline and we'll all move ahead with this because this is not theory. This is what I do. This is practice. So now let's get into the detail targeting. So the first one, you're like, all right, so it's a man, and if he likes his daughter, I'm going to type daughter in here. Ooh, daughter, there's an interest. Oh, 360,000 men, 40 plus in the US, like daughter. So cool, that's an interest. You know what? Why don't we try that? Let's try that one. Okay, good. And then I'll show you in a second what else we can do with that. So I'm just going to copy that interest. I'm going to replace it up here. So now my first ad set is the number to identify it, the date, and then daughter. And then I keep scroll back down here. Now for placements, I do not want to run auto placements yet. Of course, Facebook recommends it because they want you to spend as much money as possible. Your goal is to spend as much money as possible profitably. Facebook doesn't care about the profitably part. They don't. They would just blow money left, right, and center. So they want to go everywhere they can. And some of the places that they'll show the ads just don't work. So we want to edit the placements, and we want to start with just the feeds. So how do we do that? Hit this minus thing, and then we get that, and then we'll go feeds only. So Facebook news feed. And then they still want to do stories. Well, I don't. They still want you to do in-stream. Nope. They still want you to do search. Nope. They still want you to do messages. I don't know why that's off, but in article, no thank you. App and sites, no thank you. And that's about it. So they've changed how this looks from other training that you've seen, which is good that you're in here because you're seeing the most up-to-date dashboards we've got too. Now, we're going to run this on mobile and desktop to start. I know which one works best, but I'm not going to give it away right at the front. I'm going to start it as if you're starting it too. Now we're going to optimize for ad delivery. Here's where we've got value, conversions, landing page views, other options. We're going to do conversions. Okay, and now for the conversion window, this is confusing, but it basically says it's the amount of time it typically takes for someone to complete a valuable action, i.e. the conversion, after clicking or viewing your ad. And then they're going to use that data using that time frame to optimize the ad delivery, right? So what does this mean? Well, I use 7-day click or 1-day view when I'm promoting something that has they don't buy it right away. It's not an impulse buy. So maybe I'm doing a lead generation campaign, and I know that they will convert within like 7 days to maybe a buyer, but the odds are it's going to take a while because they need to go through a whole bunch of marketing sequences and promo sequences and email sequences before they come a buyer. In that case, I'll use 7-day click or 1-day view. What I prefer for our purposes is this 1-day click or view, because this will target more of the impulse buyers within the purchase segment of this audience that we've defined. All right, hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, just go with what I show you. That's the easiest way. Cost control, we're going to leave it open. So this is an auto bid campaign. We're not going to use manual bidding. When you get charged for impression, can't change that. Delivery type, they do have standard and accelerated. So we're going to use standard. Okay, that's what we typically do. So our first ad set with the targeting is set up. That takes the longest. Now we need to do the ad. Let's go in here and we're going to use our page. This is one of my big pages that run a lot of necklaces on that you guys will probably go and check out, I guarantee. So it's awesome family stuff. And then I'm going to create the ad. Now I need my image. So you can do videos. People always say videos convert better. I haven't found that personally. So if it does for you, great. It hasn't for me. Static images are still beating video. So I don't know why. I don't know if it's my ad account has been so full of static images that that's all they optimize for. But static images have worked best. So, and you'll see too, even on big guys doing big product launches and all that, they always mix up static images with video. So don't go just video to start. I don't know why, but they just don't convert as well. So maybe your mileage may vary, but for me, it's images. So I'm going to select the image. I'm going to upload. I'm going to grab it from here. Let's drag this to the middle. Let's go to website. Here, challenges. There's my 1080 by 1080. Right there. So I'm going to continue. And there it is. So that looks pretty good. Now we need some text. So tell people what it's about. So I want to put some emojis in here. So to get these emojis, I go to here, this little program called piliapp.com, PILIAPP.com, and then it's /Facebook symbols. Okay, and I like this one because you can actually see how many you can use, but you can search for things too. So if I go here and I type in heart, you see my options. So all these different hearts I can put into my ad, which is very cool. So maybe this one I'll go with, oh, I don't know. Maybe I'll just do a plain heart. So I click it and then I click copy. And I go back to my ads manager, click in here, and I'm going to paste it. I'm going to do 3 of them. I'm going to put perfect Christmas gift for any daughter. Yes, Christmas gift. Yes, we're still in September. This ad is going to run all the way through to Christmas. So yeah, this is what I want to do. That's why we're here, right? Now, Facebook has recently made a change where they only show the first 3 lines instead of the first 7 lines. So I used to put spaces here, but now I can't. Get her one here. Then all I'm going to do is grab the URL from Teespring, copy, paste. Even there it's cut off, but oh well. And then I'll say this. Let me try something here. That move it right down. Oh, they just took out my line space anyway. Yeah, this is how, well, I'm going to set it up how I used to, and you'll see they're removing my line break. So you then put, she will love this and love that you thought her in such a sweet way. Hit her one now and give it as the perfect Christmas gift. There. Now, headline, or actually, let's put the URL down here too. Website URL there. And then the headline, you can see on the right-hand side, it defaults to like teespring.com, to my daughter, you're amazing. That's cool, but I want a call to action here. So click here. Now you can say for details. but this has been working nicely lately. Click here for pricing, because you're going to buy the thing, right? So you need to know how much it costs. Good, click there, I'll tell you on the page. And then get her one now. There we go. Now on this call to action button, they have a couple options. You can use shop now. I find learn more tends to work a little, convert a little bit better than shop now. I don't know why. On the retargeting ads, you can certainly use shop now, but this is cold traffic, so let's just go with learn more. And then just make sure your Facebook pixel is turned on and it's the right one. So this is the ID that I need. When I go to the page, you can see it's right here. These match. That means it will be tracking correctly. There will be times where you forget this, and maybe if you have multiple pixels and you put the wrong one in, you might be going, oh crap, I got the wrong one. Then you have to go back and fix it. So now I've got the first ad set done, review and publish. And why am I publishing this now? Because I need to grab that post ID. So let's let that upload. Facebook, there we go. Now it goes to the ad tab, and I put a checkbox beside this one. I go preview. And then this little thing, add preview, I click it, and I go Facebook post with comments. And then it's this little number on the end that I need. Okay. Now it goes to this www.facebook.com, which is fine, but I can't really do anything with it. So replace the www with business.facebook.com, and now you're into where you can moderate comments. So if somebody's writing stupid comments on here, being negative in any way, shape, or form, hide the comment, ban the person, and delete the comment. Don't respond. And I know some people say, oh, don't do that. Let the comments flow. Let them go. Because anytime you ban people, it's a bad sign to Facebook. No, that's BS. You can't let negativity grows like a cancer on these ads. And one negative comment can just kill your sales completely. So be on top of that. I usually leave the ad open in a tab like this in a browser, and then I'll just check it like maybe once a day. I'll come in and just check the comments, and I'll make sure that nobody's being a jerk, basically, because if they're being a jerk, that's bad. Number two, when we look at the ad preview, we want to click our links. So click that link, make sure that they're working, click that link, make sure that's working. Okay, because I can't tell you how many times it's actually more than I want to admit that I've typed in the URL wrong, or I've entered the URL wrong. Then I've started up the ads. I'm like, why aren't I getting any sales or any add to cart or any view content or anything? Then I go and check my ad, and I typed the freaking URL wrong, or I put it in wrong on the image. So you can't do that. So just get in the habit of when you're doing this preview, go ahead and check your links. All right. So that's what it's going to look like. Pretty cool. Looks very good. Now let's go back here. And now we're going to speed things up a little bit. Let's go edit, which pulls out that window. And now here, there's this is the ad set. There's a little thing called quickly duplicate, or Control D. So I'm going to click that. And it just does a duplicate of the ad set and the ad with the word copy beside it. So I'm going to change this to number 2. I'm going to scroll down. I'm just going to change the detailed targeting. So here, you know, I wish there's like, here's parents with preschoolers 0 to 3 to 5 years old. Wonderful, but that's not who I'm after. Family, son, preteens, early school, teenagers. Believe me, I've tried these all. This one, though, seems to work the best. So we're going to do parents all. So at least now I know it's a parent. And you can see the number goes down to 7.3 million. Men 40 plus in the US, but not all of those will be targeted because not all of them fit the purchase criteria. It's only a percentage that do. So I just changed that to parents all. Now on ad set number 2, I have to go into the ad and I have to use existing post. And then right here, see where it says enter post ID? Well, what am I going to put there? Post ID. This means that I'm using the same post ID for every ad set that I'm running. So all my different interests are running the same one, which means this ad is going to act as a collector, and all the likes, shares, and comments and interactions are going to pool together to make the ad even stronger. So when Facebook sees a lot of interaction on an ad, it sends a good signal to the algorithm that, hey, our users like this. So let's lower his ad costs so we can show it to more people. Whereas if you get no likes, no comments, if people like report your ad, you're gonna be in trouble. Facebook's gonna go, okay, well, this ad sucks. Our users don't like it, so we're not gonna show it to anybody. So just be wary of that. So now I've got ad set number 2 ready. I'm not gonna upload it, but I'm gonna go here, quickly duplicate, and now I'm just gonna scroll down, and I'm gonna switch out this. So what am I gonna do next? I'll just do married guys. So you can see how simple this is. I'm going very broad in my targeting because I know generally my niche, dad to daughter, is based on demographic more than anything. The actual breakdowns of the, married, parents all, daughter, it doesn't matter that much. It's just subdividing the niche. And now you notice I didn't change the ad in that one because on this ad set, I did a duplicate of the one that has the existing post. So now I can just make these small changes, change the number, and change the interest, and the post ID will carry through. So here I'm going to go suggestions. Okay, well, maybe they like family. Sounds good. And here's the thing. Based on how you've set up your ad, we recommend trying the following to avoid getting 0 conversions. They're really trying to scare you here. To say that your pixel doesn't have enough power yet. Don't worry about it though. So then I keep doing this. And now, you can see I'm not being super picky on any of this, but maybe I'll do divorced ads now. And where am I coming up with these? Well, these are stuff I've run in the past. So I basically test a lot of different things. I'm even going to ask you guys, come up, if you have an interest that you want me to test, put it in the chat box and I'll create an ad set and test it, just to show you how targeting is not the key in this niche at all. It's more making sure your demographic is right and making sure your pixel has some power and just making sure you set things up right. So I can literally throw out an interest and I can test it, and you'll be shocked at what works and what doesn't. So here now I'll get into some of my good stuff, like this one. Engage shoppers. These are people who have clicked on the call to action button and shop now in the past week. Pretty cool interest to target, right? And you're like, well, what does that have to do with daughters? Nothing. I'm just playing the odds here, and I'm relying on my pixel to find people that look like previous buyers. Now, what season are we coming into? My favorite. And you're thinking, well, are you nuts? You're going to target like basketball for just for people with a dad to daughter necklace? That makes no sense. Well, actually, maybe I mean National Basketball Association. There it is. So check this out. That's my targeting. I don't know why it's so small. 210 million. This number is not always accurate. So yeah, one of my ad sets is going to be National Basketball Association. So go ahead, type an interest that you think I should target. Or if you don't know the interest, what's the first thing that comes to mind? A baseball team, a basketball team, a movie, a word that describes somebody, a TV show, whatever you said, movie, type of car, a hobby. Give me a hobby. Why don't we start there? Give me a hobby in the chat box that people do, and I'll show you how easy this is to target for dad to daughter stuff. Let's see what we got. So that's basketball, and then I might say, okay, well, football season's here too. It's not a league dummy. There it is. So football, NFL. Target that. Why not? Okay, so we've got firefighters. All right, why don't we target firefighters for this too? Good call. Give me more. So next one, firefighters from the chat. And you'll be like, well, there's no way that's going to get a sale, because how do they know if it's a dad with a daughter? Well, Facebook knows. Firefighter. There we go. So for a dad to daughter necklace, I'm targeting firefighter. Does it make any sense? No. Does it work? Yep. Dog lovers. Okay. So let's do another duplicate. And I need 15 of these for stage 1. So I need a couple more. So let's go dog lovers. That's actually a really good one because they are passionate people. Dog lovers. And even though it's saying fewer than 1,000, I know that's not right. That's just a bug. There's way more than that. So that's number 10. And let's keep going. What else we got? What else? Give me something. What comes to mind? I love my family. Cat lovers. Okay. You got it. I love my family. Is that an interest? It is. Right on. I love my family. That's probably a pretty good one. Oh, damn it. Nah. Copied it by accident. So let's change that to number 11. And let's keep going. What else we got here? Yep, love it. NASCAR. No, not work. Oops, I don't want that one. Not the employer. Wow, there's 33,880 people work for NASCAR. My God, that's insane. But I want the interest, not the. Look at that, 4 million. Love it, love it, love it. What do Americans really like? What's their favorite thing? And this might be a bad way to word it, but what are they very passionate about? Single parent happiness. Ooh, happiness. Yes, happiness is a good one. No targeting is an option. Not yet, though. What about this? What if I target that? Which brings me to, associations of any kind work. But the NRA, they love guns. They are passionate people. They want to protect their family. Oh, I did it again. They want to protect their family. So whether you believe in guns or not, or gun control or whatever, I don't care. I just want to make money selling daughter necklaces. So NRA it is. Now, that's probably going to send me to a review, but I don't care. I have plenty of time for this to get reviewed. So I need, what, 2 more? Let's do the old standby. Just give you guys another idea. What if somebody likes happiness? Crazy, just so crazy, it might work because it does. So 13 million men in the US, 40 plus, are interested in happiness. What a thought. Let's target them. And now what else we got? We got one more. Yeah, online shopping's a good one. Somebody said cat lovers too. Let's do cat lovers. Pets of all kinds, animals of all kinds, sports of all kinds, hobbies of all kinds. It all just works. And I'll show you a couple more in this slow and steady here too. There we go. So I've got 15 interests. And what a mix. Firefighter, parents all, National Football League, cat lovers, NBA, married, family, divorced, dog lovers, NASCAR, happiness, I love my family, engaged shoppers, National Rifle Association, and daughter. Who would have thought you would ever set up a campaign to target that, like, hodgepodge of interests, right? Me, because that's what we do. This is why I'm not afraid to show you guys this niche, because you can go in and literally anything that pops into your head, target it, try it, why not? Because as long as you have the demographic set up, men, and the right age range, you're good to go. Then everything else is just dividing that demographic up into different chunks. You could put like pizza as an interest if you wanted. You could put IKEA. You could put Amazon.com. There's no limit to what you can put in there. So if we're all going after the same interests, even that isn't going to be a problem because there's millions and millions and millions of people within those interests. So I hope, if anything, you take away from that, you see that, holy crap, my options are really unlimited in this niche. This thing could work for a long time for a lot of people and make a lot of people a lot of money, and it has. So I hope you guys see that. So what do we do now? So we've got that. We'll do in review. Let's filter it, or in draft. Click it. Where'd you go? Uploaded. So now I can do search by campaign name. What was it? 3-4. Oh, scheduled. Right, because it's starting. So it is in review. You might see this too. I want to show you this. If you see not delivering no ads, it's just because the actual dashboard is a little bit behind the actual account. So see when I do a refresh, now they're all in review. The ones that say scheduled have been approved. Okay, so it goes from in review to scheduled, and then this will say active starting the 18th at midnight. And what we do with this campaign is we just let it run for a day, 24 hours, and then we can shut it off. If we have winners within it, we can keep the winners running, but we don't need to, because we're going to do something with those winners on the next call, which is pluck them out and put them into a CBO campaign with a bigger budget. So we're basically throwing up 15 tests, $10 each, and we're just going to say, show me what you got, Facebook. Which one of these are producing views? Which one of these are producing add to cart? Which one of these are producing purchases? And the order that we go of importance is the purchases go first, as far as into a CBO on their own, then website add to carts, and then website content views. All right, but we will show you that on the next call. The key is get that set up, get it scheduled, get it ready to go. So I've got that one running. That's the Rocket Method stage 1. Now I'm going to show you the other one, the slow and steady. So I'm just going to copy that so it saves typing. Create campaign name. This is a different campaign. This is still a method that you can use. I'm giving you 2 today. And we will start this one. Same thing. So notice I just put -02. You can even put in here if you wanted, like the method, just so you'll know, but so you can glance at it. And it's going to be the same setup, basically. So I go conversions, turn off CBO, and here I'm going to put 0034-02 -001, the date. I'm going to start it. Yeah, John. So NRA and guns, I did say stay away from them, but I brought them back in, and all I found is it's just a manual review now, and then they'll set them live. So once they see that I'm not actually targeting a gun thing, then they usually let it go. If you have an ad account that's had a lot of disapproved ads in the past, maybe steer clear of the gun stuff, because Facebook really, as soon as they see any of those interests, it's automatically flagged and it goes to manual review. It can take a little bit longer. If you want to avoid that, just avoid the gun stuff. So, yes. Now in here, I'm going to try a couple other things. I'm going to give you one of my best ones, hunting. So I know I'm going to start with that. And then September. All right, so this is going to move a little bit quicker because we already have the ad done. So in here, I'm going to go filter by selection, just move that over. And then I'm going to go edit to bring up this window. So now I know I'm just in this campaign. And my first ad set I'm going to set up as hunting. So again, it's a conversion campaign. I do not want to use add to cart. Just type in the first 3 digits of your pixel and go to purchase. And in here, for the slow and steady, I think the sweet spot on these is $20 a day. If you go lower on the slow and steady, you can. It just takes a little bit longer. If you go too high, it'll burn through money initially, and your rules will actually turn it off before the data even reports. Or they just, when you give Facebook too much free reign, they go out and they test some stuff that they might not do if they had a smaller budget. So leave it at 20 for the slow and steady, leave it at 10 for the other one. Now set this one to start, 18th, 12 o'clock a.m. And the other thing too, you don't have to just do United States. You can do other countries. You can do worldwide. Oh, I don't know what that took that long. But you can start with the United States because they do convert well. But there are some niches that actually, like the UK, converts way better than the States. Or Canada converts way better than the States. So if you're getting some traction in one country, there's nothing wrong with creating another campaign to target another country, or even ad sets within the slow and steady. You could go to other countries too. So if I'm going to do that in the future, then I might want to put like USA hunting. Okay, and I just keep scrolling down. Oh, ads approved, right on. Got a little notice there. And now my targeting, so I know I'm going to do hunting because it works. 12 million people in there. Set up my placements. Hit that little minus, hit the checkbox. Facebook feeds only. Remove everything else for now. We will hit these on retargeting, but not right now. And then the other change is 1 day click review. Scroll all the way up, make sure I got that set. Now I'm going to go here to the ad. And I'm going to use existing because, hey, I have this ad already created. There's nothing wrong with firing 2 campaigns or 3 campaigns or 4 campaigns at the same ad. And some people might say, well, shouldn't you be split testing and shouldn't you be doing this and 3 ads per ad set? And not yet. Nope, not yet. Later, yes. Now, no. So that pulls it right up. That makes it easy, right? So now I've got to go, boom, quickly duplicate, and I'm going to change one thing. And what I'm going to do here is outdoor recreation. Why? Why not? I'll put that up here. And you could even do the same interest that you targeted in this stage 1. Just going to do a quick duplicate. And let's go fishing. So I got hunting, fishing, outdoor recreation. And I'm going to show you a TV show. And you guys that have seen some of my training in the past, you're like, I know what he's going to do. If you know the TV show I'm going to target, put it in the chat there. I'll start typing. Duck Dynasty. Okay. Why Duck Dynasty? Because people who watch it buy necklaces. That's the only logic. There is no logic to targeting. They're just like subdividing up the big demographic pool into different chunks. So let's go with, and somebody on the other one said this, online shopping, you can do this there. So it's people who have expressed an interest or like in online shopping. So we can do that. Oh, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to show you one other thing here. Let's say we want to do married people, which we did in the other one, right? But now let's subdivide it. So say you ran it in the other one and you saw married was getting add to carts and purchases. You're like, okay, married people are working. How can I expand on that? Well, you put married in there, and then you go narrow audience, and then you go, okay, if they're married and they like hunting, let's target them. So you can see that broke it down. So now they have to be married and be interested in hunting. Cool, eh? So now you can do married and everything else. You can do divorced and everything else. You can do in a relationship and everything else. You can do it's complicated and everything else. Like, it's really cool how you can narrow audiences, which means it's and hunting instead of just plain old hunting. So this is different targeting from the hunting ad set, and it's different targeting from the plain old married ad set. Cool, right? So I kind of got ahead of myself on that, but I'll show you once we have some data. On the next call, we'll go through the data and we'll pluck out what's working, and then we can dig deeper within that interest. So if married is working, we're like, cool, now let's subdivide married into a whole bunch of different interests and see if we can find pockets of people within that like certain interests that we can use. So now I'm going to upload this, and you're like, okay, Cool, slow and steady's done, right? Well, nope. Now, notice on the other campaign, I did not use any rules. And I didn't use any rules because it's only running for 24 hours. So I'm basically going to shut it off on the 19th. The ones that get sales, I might leave it running, but it's only 10 bucks per ad set. I'm just trying to throw it out to see which interests are sticking the best. But this one, slow and steady, I do need rules. So go to the campaign level, click on this rule drop down, create new rule, and then apply rule 2 active ad sets. We're going to turn it off if it spends an amount greater than whatever we type in here. So now we have to figure this out. So this is $59.99. My margin on this is $41.74. So how do I know that? Because I know what the base cost is from Teespring. Shipping costs don't apply because the person pays shipping on top of what I charge. And then that amount just is deducted by Teespring automatically. So you don't have to worry about shipping costs when you're using a POD platform. So $59.99 minus the base cost leaves me $41.74. I believe this is off the top of my head with Teespring. So I've got $41.74 to play with. If I want to make at least $10 per sale, then my trigger point here is going to be $31.74. So if spend is greater than $31.74 and there's no sale, so I go website conversions, Facebook pixel, purchases is smaller than 1, meaning 0, but you can't put equal to 0 for some reason, I don't know why. So if the ad set spent that without a sale over the lifetime, turn it off. That's my first rule. Now I'm going to do something here too. 3, 4. So I know what campaign it's for. This is rule number 1. Turn off ad set if spent is greater than 31.74. And where did I come up with that? Took my 41.74 revenue minus 30 bucks for an ad cost, leave me 10 bucks profit per sale. And purchases less than 1 lifetime. Now I'm going to copy this and shut her down. Now I need one other rule. So I'm going to go create a new rule, active ad sets, turn it off. Now if it got a sale, I need rules too. So this rule is basically double your previous rule, which is, need my calculator because I'm having a brain fart. So I'll do this on here, 31.74. Oh, there, to get 1 sale. So 2 times that is 63.48. So what is that for? Well, if it spends 63.48, you could round these off too if you wanted to. And in this case, website conversion, Facebook pixel, scroll down, purchases is greater than 0. And then we need one more condition. Plus, hit that. Oops. Scroll down to cost per website conversion, Facebook pixel. Cost per purchase is greater than, again. Then we're going to turn it off. Now, they put this lifetime thing in here because Facebook is saying, no, wait. Give us 8,000 impressions before the rule runs because then we can spend more of your money. So we're not worried about your costs. We're only worried about us. And so you go, no, go away, Facebook. Hit an X on that. Of course, they put this big orange warning to scare you. Ignore it. It doesn't matter. And just paste that in. Now, these will run usually every 30 minutes approximately throughout the day. So this will be watching your account for you and watching your campaign for you. So this is rule 2. Turn it off if spent is greater than 2 times your previous trigger point. And purchases is not less than 1, but greater than 0. And CPP, or cost per purchase, is greater than your trigger, the minimum you want to spend to get a sale over lifetime. Great. Good. Now we've got our first 5 ad sets set up. We've got our rules set up to manage this. Now what do? How do we run this slow and steady campaign? Well, now we have to go in and we have to schedule ad sets to run. And we schedule 5 per day, except for Mondays. We skip Mondays. Mondays suck, so we're not going to do Mondays. If you really want to do Mondays, start them at like 6 o'clock at night on a Monday. Otherwise, just do every day of the week except for Monday. In this niche, Mondays just don't work. And you know why? What's the logic behind that? There is no logic with ads. It's just what works and what doesn't, and what you've run and what your data tells you. So how do I do this? Go edit your last one, quickly duplicate, and now we'll go change to number 6. We're going to set this one to start on the 19th. And maybe we like the married and thing, so let's do married and fishing. But there really is no limit to what we can do. 19th, 12 o'clock a.m., married and fishing. Done. And now this one, I might change the date on the ad to the 19th. So then I go here and I go, okay, I need 5 more. I need 4 more. So people are saying, can you slow down the video? I know I'm flying through this, but you have replays. And the replays, I want you to go through the replay and I want you to listen to what I'm saying and pause it. And then go into your account and do it. Then start it up again. And then pause it. Go and do the action. Then pause it. Start, pause, start, pause, start. Because I can't really sit here and go through super slow because we'll be here for 3 hours. I know I whipped through this and it looks scary, but it's not. That's why I'm putting the replay up so that you guys can all go through the replay at whatever pace you want to go through it. Okay, hope that makes sense. I do have you covered. I do understand. I fly through this because it's like riding a bike for me. I've done it literally thousands and thousands of times. If it's your first time through, you might be going, whoa, what did he click there? What do you say there? What do you do there? Why do you do that? Just go through the replay and you'll be good to go. All right, so I'm just gonna finish off these next ones. So this one is number 7. And I'm gonna say, let's not get stuck into any one specific way. So let's go here and let's do, oh, this is a good one too. Jesus, why not? 11 million people. So I'm not a religious person, but a lot of people are, and more power to them. So I'm going to target them. And then I could go down the religious route a little bit deeper if I wanted. I'd go Bible, Christian music. I could start taking out like pastors within there, whatever I want to do. But I can also get into stores. So I'm bouncing around because I'm trying to get you guys to not go down any single rabbit hole yet, because we don't know what's going to sell. So Cabela's is a sporting goods store. So why not target that? Let's go down here and let's go like this. Let's say, well, now a whole bunch of sporting goods stores are starting to show. What about Bass Pro Shops? That's cool. Let's do that. Up here. Paste. So I need one more to start on the 19th. And let's go with, what else we got in here? Life coach, maybe. You know what? I've never tried it. Let's try it. Oh, that's job title. That's really small. No, I don't want to do that. Let's go with something else. Oh, love. Hey, that's a good one. Love, 20 million. Good. So the suggestion area on the targeting is your best friend. Click that all the time. Then you're gonna have a bunch of stuff pop up that works really, really well. So do that. So now I've got the 19th done. Review and publish. And now you might be thinking, okay, now I need rules for that too, right? Yes, but they're already created. So any new ad sets that you put into this campaign, those rules that we just created are going to apply to them, because the rule is based on the active ad sets within the campaign. So now your rules are going to be shutting things down, and they're just going to let the profitable stuff run. So out of like 5, maybe 1 or 2 are going to work. Okay, so the rest are going to shut down, and then 5 new ones start the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So your job now is to go in and schedule out 5 ad sets to start every day except for Monday. Okay, and the rules will take care of it. So how do you scale this? You keep scheduling 5 ad sets per day, slow and steady. That's all you do. Eventually, you will have in this campaign more profitable ad sets running than test ad sets. So if tomorrow it runs and say, oh, we like 1 out of 5 is actually profitable and it stays running, the other 4 shut down. So now we've got 1 profitable and we've got 5 new tests coming in. That means our profitable stuff is outnumbered by our tests. But then after 2 weeks or a week or 2 weeks, all of a sudden the tables turn and it flips to where you've now got a whole collection of profitable running ad sets running all the time, and your test ad sets are just a small percentage of the overall campaign ad sets. At that point, the slow and steady really starts pumping out profits for you nicely. So in the beginning, it might be slow, unless you get lucky, but you have to stick through it. You have to slog through the downtimes. It's very rare now to have a campaign just like launch to the moon right away and you hit everything correctly right away. It can happen, but it doesn't happen, so we have to build it. So good campaigns are not launched, they're built. They're created, they're nourished, and they're nourished with money and time. So if you don't have money and time, then you can't really do paid ads. So you're thinking, well, what if I don't have that budget? What if I want to go slower? Okay, then lower the 20 to like 5. You can do that. Now, it's going to take you even longer for those rules to hit, right? So now if you have a $5 ad set running per day and your rule is to turn it off at like $30 spend, that means each one gets 6 days. So are you going to sit there and over 6 days, you're continually adding ad sets every day? So you're going to drive yourself crazy because at the end of 6 days, you've got 6 times 5 is 30 ad sets running at $5 per day. That's $150. So why not bump up the ad set spend a little bit to get the data faster so that we get rid of the crap faster and we find the good stuff faster. So how much you spend per day, that will affect the velocity of your campaign. And the one thing I find, the biggest thing I find, is that when people first start, they're terrified to spend money on ads and they just pull the trigger way too quick. So they'll let it run for like a day or 2 or 3, and then they go, whoa, I don't really have much off. Turning it off, that didn't work. Well, that's the wrong thing to do. Don't do that. These methods are proven. These are not theory. These are what I use all the time. It's just, I've seen it time and time again where even if the slow and steady starts out crappy, it'll turn the corner. It will. All right, so I'm going to take some questions here, and then we're going to wrap it up. I thought I'd go way longer than an hour, but the next one is probably going to be over an hour because I got like the CBO thing and then the scaling thing and then the retargeting thing. So yeah, next live training is going to be a long one, but hopefully I don't have a cold by then. So let's scroll up here. Looking at the questions. Yeah, when you rewatch it, yeah, just slow it down, pause it. Your fingers were flying, you lost me. Okay, I'm sorry for that. So slow and steady, you want 10 ad sets now instead of 5, right? No, 5 per day. So I've noticed the new ones, they're all scheduled to start on the 19th. And then the first batch is scheduled to start on the 18th. The rules are only for the slow and steady. Yes, correct. So with these ads, Rocket or slow and steady, are you splitting your $10 or $20 daily budget amongst all the individual ads, or is that what you're spending on each ad daily? For example, the Rocket method, you're spending 10 times 15 ads equals 150 a day. Yes, that's right. So that's where I say too, if you don't want to come out of the gate spending that much, you don't have to, you're just going to move a lot slower. So on the first campaign for the stage 1 of the Rocket method, if you lower that to like $5 a day, and you do like 10 ad sets instead of the 15 I recommend, you're going to get results. But the results won't be as solid as my results. So it is possible to tweak this stuff down so that you can spend less money. But the spend less money thing is your brain saying, oh, I'm just burning money in this, I can't throw away money like this. And spending money on ads is just a waste and it's just money down the toilet. And that's because most people who've never spent money on ads before don't understand what you're doing. You're buying data, and then you take that data, you look at it, and then you act on the data that you bought. So if you don't buy enough data, you're making decisions on incomplete information almost. So I understand it's hard, And I understand the emotions kick in and you go, well, that's too much to spend. And so reframe that and say, is it too much to make? Because when you say it's too much to spend, that means you don't want to make much. And you have to spend money to make money. So the only way around that is to like either start small and be super patient, or just dive in and go, okay, I trust what he's saying. I know this is going to work. As long as my design's good and I follow what he says, we'll be good to go. You're not on your own here. So you've got that. So your mindset will shift as you gain experience and you gain confidence and you gain insight into what's going on. So it's a multi-step process with the Rocket Method. Even the slow and steady is multi-step in that we're launching multiple ad sets every day. So yeah, it's hard at first and you look at that and you go, whew, that's way too much. But say you spent 150 bucks and you made 200, so you got 50 profit. Now is it too much? Or now do you want to spend $300 per day and make $100 profit, right? So we got to spend this to get the sales, to get the data, to move on to the next step. And that's how you scale these things. And it gets to the point where you're like, once you get one under your belt and you experience it and you go through those emotional roller coasters and you're refreshing your screen, you're looking at your numbers being spent, you're looking at money going out and you're panicking, the panic goes away. And eventually it moves to, all right, spend it. Let's see what you got, Facebook. And then move that to the next phase. And then we'll make money there too. So the goal is to get sales. It's not to just blow money. It's not to light money on fire. All right, so let's go here. Retargeting, yes. Retargeting, I'm going to show you my whole sequence. When will we have this in the forum? I need to look at those rules again. That'll be this afternoon. So GoToWebinar they basically render the whole video, and then I post it. Looking forward to scaling. Right on, Lucas. How do we know that we have a converting design? You get sales. If you don't get sales and you don't get ad cards, it means your design is way, way off. Now, if you launch a campaign and you don't get a single add to cart, I suggest you post it in the forums. And you're like, well, people will copy me. Well, they're copying something that didn't get a sale. So who cares? You'll learn from it. So if you post something that didn't work, I can go in there and go, all right, so what do we do here? Let's examine this. Did we use the format I suggested and the niche I suggest with the method that I suggest? If any one of those are a no, I'm going to go, well, you went down a different path here. Doesn't mean it's not going to work. It just means it's a different path. So let's look at your targeting now. What did you do for interest? Did you do a carbon copy of what I did? Or did you go out and pepper in a couple of your own unique ideas? What happened there? Did we set everything up right? Do we have and then once you put that up, but it does start with a design. If the design is crap, it's not going to work. So I've even coached guys where they're like, I do not want to pay for a design. I can do it myself. And then they do like 5 or 10 of them and they set up ads and I look at, and then I'm like, hey, show me the designs. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, no, don't do that. That's not good. Like good for taking action, but that's not good. Like I can tell right away, that's not going to work because everything's off. Some designs have too many colors and that doesn't work. So many designs are too complicated. That doesn't work. So there are some little things and nuances that you can look at a design right away and you can go, either it's got a chance or it doesn't. And even if I say it doesn't have a chance, it doesn't matter because if your numbers told you it's not working, then that's definitely one you want to put up in the forums and look at. And that's what you guys have. You got me. I'll go look at it. On your Teespring dashboard. Oh, I thought you put that in when you uploaded it. So when you go to edit the campaign on the Teespring dashboard, you can put in your pixel ID right in there. Before you add another 5 ads the next day, do you expect to have some sales the first day? Yes, I expect to have sales every day. My goal going into any ad I put up is sales. I expect sales. When I don't get them, I'm not disappointed anymore. I'm annoyed because I'm like, come on, Facebook. I know this works. Like, get your butt in gear. Find the right people. And then I'll just put more ads up because I'm like, okay, you blew it that day. I know you'll work, but come on, man. Yes, my expectation is always to get sales. It's not to just toss them money and donate it to Mark Zuckerberg. If I have multiple designs running, do you suggest running them in a PPE campaigns initially with about $5 per ad set to determine which ones are winners, and then set up the winners with the rocket method and slow and steady? It's an extra step. I wouldn't bother. The PPE stuff is all social. So, and I know there's guys that suggest that first to test it to see how people respond. The only problem now is those people that are responding, they're probably not the buyer market that you're after anyway. So there are people that just love to comment and like and share stuff on Facebook, but they never bought a thing in their life. And if those people are all saying, oh, that's so cool, that's so cool, that's so cool, but they're not going to buy it, then who cares what they say? It's the buyers we want. And sometimes the buyers are the quietest ones. So yeah, I used to do that too with PPE, so page post engagement, and I would see like which one got the best reaction. But now I'm like, no, I'm just going straight for the sale, because what am I in this for? Reactions? I can't deposit reactions in my bank account. I can deposit sales though, like the the revenue generated from sales. So I understand it's a method. I would just skip it and go right to the purchase. Teespring retargets for our products or for their own products? They retarget for our products, yes, they do. Yeah, good campaigns aren't launched, they're built. Yes, that's the problem with a lot of people. They think that you just launch it and it's done. And I launched it and it failed, so that method doesn't work, but that's not it. You launch it and then you have to feed it. You have to nourish it. You have to manage it, and then it'll work. So if it comes out of the gate tripping all over itself and flopping on its face, that's okay. That was just out of the gate. That was just day one. Doesn't mean it's over. It just means it had a bad day. And it could be it's just the day of the week, time of the day. People, maybe some event happened in the world and people are not happy. Maybe it's like, recently it was Labor Day, and I'm coaching a guy, and he's like, okay, I want to launch on Saturday of Labor Day. And I suggested, and we talked about it, and I said, I don't want you to, because it's Labor Day. And he's like, we both agreed, yeah, people are at home, they're on their phone, they're happy, they're barbecuing, you know, it's end of summer, kids are going back to school, it's a wonderful time of the year. My only problem is my data shows that Labor Day sales stink, because people are, maybe they're on their phone avoiding their family, but they're not really buying anything. So I don't know, some other holidays people do buy a lot, that particular one they don't. So we skipped it. We launched on the Tuesday following the Labor Day, and it worked. It worked a lot better than trying to launch over a holiday. So let's see here, test designs. Yeah, these are the designs that we're putting up. The stage one is like kind of the test phase. So I showed you one that I launched. If that one fails, should I just quit? Or should I say, okay, that one didn't really show signs of life that I wanted. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's do another one. And what I say is, you know, 30% of the stuff that I launch is an actual winner. And maybe one of those three is a big time winner. So the little winners, they do work, they profit, but the big time winners do really, really, really well. And there is just zero doubt that it's a big time winner. What I'm saying is you can't just launch one stage one rocket method campaign, look at it, it fails, and you quit. If you do that, you're never going to make money online. The only reason that I do a little bit better than the majority is because I've failed more. And so if you want to do better, you have to fail more, because the stuff you put out there, not everything is going to work. I hate to tell you, but no matter how good you are at this, even me, some of the stuff I put out, it just plain old doesn't work. And I'm like, what the hell? Like, that should have worked. And it doesn't. But I don't get down about it. I just go, okay, well, that one didn't work. On to the next. And it's always on to the next and the next and the next and the next. And then you might be going, well, what if I'm on to the next? I'm like in the hole big time from ad spend. Then what do I do? Well, you can quit and you can never recover it, or you can keep going and you can look at what you're doing. You can post designs for review. You can post campaigns for review, and will help you. Because sometimes it's just one or two little tweaks. That's how far away people are from actually hitting the winner. So it starts with design though. So I would suggest get 5 to 10 designs done and say, I am going to test 5 to 10 designs. I'm not going to test them all on Monday, but set up one a day for like 10 days straight, except Monday. Out of those 10, you're going to have like 3 of them that are probably going to be pretty good. And one of those 3 is going to be a big winner if you're doing everything right. And if all the stars and the moon and the sun align. So don't expect to go into this and just knock it out of the park on your first step up to the plate. Like whoever did that, the first time you're swinging a bat, you're going to hit a home run. I don't think so, unless you're super, super lucky. So you have to go up and you have to practice your swing. And then you have to time everything. And then you have to go up to the bat and you strike out a couple times. But just because a baseball player strikes out doesn't mean he never takes another crack at it. You know, just because a basketball player misses a 3-point shot doesn't mean he never takes another one. It's that's the way it goes. Same in business, same in this. So you're going to fail. Get used to it. Accept it. And just on to the next. That's what you got to do. All right. I hope that helps everybody. We're going to close this up because I got to get this replay up. Oh, here's one. How far will you go in the slow and steady before you pull the plug on a design? Ooh, that's a good question. I will basically give it about 3 days. So about 15 ad sets. And if after 3 days it's not showing anything, I'll just kick it to the curb and I'll go on to the next. Because I think 3 days is enough time to show me something, like add to carts or purchases at least. But give it a couple days anyway. 3 is good. All right, I'm going to get this up for you. Thank you everybody for coming on. I apologize for my cold. Hopefully next week I don't have one because we've got a monster of a webinar to go next week. So questions, post them in the forums, replays going up. Like I said, go through it, hit pause, do the step, and then play, rewind, whatever you want to do. You got full control over that. And you can even, the beauty of where I upload them, like YouTube, you can speed up the playback or you can slow it down. So my voice will go like, bro, or I go, so I know when I watch videos, anything, a webinar replay or anything, I literally set it to 2 times the speed because I can't stand sitting there listening to people who talk too slow. So I try and moderate my speed, but sometimes I get excited and I go too fast. Sometimes I slow down too much and people fall asleep. So that's the beauty of it. You can adjust the playback speed too. All right, we're going to close with that. I will report when I get sales on this. And then next week we are going to be moving on to stage 2 and the retargeting, and actually I have to hit scaling too. So man, we got a lot of work to do, but go ahead, get some tests up and running. Get those tests. If the first one fails, don't worry about it. Second one fails, don't worry about it. Keep going. Do at least 5 to 10 before you throw in the towel. All right. Even then, don't throw in the towel. Post it up for review. It will help you out. Awesome. Good stuff, guys. We will see you soon. Have a great day. Oh, hey everybody, just getting set up here. Okay, let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Check and make sure I'm sharing. Just give me a 1 in the chat box. Okay, good. All right, how's everybody doing today? We're ready to actually launch today, so that's a good thing. We got some data, we got some sales, so now we're gonna actually put it into CBO, and we're going to try and get more sales and more volume. And what I'm doing too, I got a bonus for you. I'm going to do another webinar next week, just because today would have been like probably an hour and a half to 2 hours, and my voice can't handle it. So I'm going to split it up. I'm going to do the first, like stage 2 is going to be all today. Stage 3, the retargeting, is going to be next week. And then I'll talk about the scaling as well too. So just a bonus one for you. I thought I could squeeze it into 3 weeks, but I can't. I actually need 4 weeks. This way, I don't have to rush, and you guys don't have to sit there for like hours on end, listen to me drone on. So we're going to start right from the beginning at stage 2, which is taking place after stage 1, right? So there was some confusion too from people saying, you know, you launched slow and steady and you launched stage 1. Do I do them both at the same time? You can, but they are 2 separate methods, just so you guys are clear on that. So the slow and steady can run in the background while you're running the rocket method. So they're just 2 different ways. I wanted to give you 2 different options. because the slow and steady has been working very, very well for me. So I want to make sure I showed that to you. But today I'm going to break it down into stage 2, which is when you got a sale, or 2 sales preferably, or 3 sales preferably, and now you're like, okay, what do I do next? So now you want to go into this, and so I'm going to look at the campaign that I had running, see what we did here. So I got a sale here on the daughter interest, and I got another sale on the cat lovers interest. And I'm not sure if add to carts were tracking correctly, because I sort by purchases here. You can see I'm actually missing one on here, so that's very strange. But these are just like, this is like a quick hit 24-hour thing. But you can see that I am getting a lot of clicks on some of these. So to expand on what we do today, you can go back. You start with the website purchases column. That's your first 2 ad sets in my case. Then sort by adds to cart. And that'll be your next interest that you're going to target over here. And then go by website content views. But I would say you need at least, like, I would say a purchase in order to even move to stage 2. Because if you don't have a purchase, it means that they didn't really respond on the quick hit campaign, the quick test. So stage 1 is kind of vital. And if you didn't get a sale on stage 1, I would actually move on to the next design. So you do have to test multiple designs to find one that works. I am seeing a lot of people that are kind of doing what I'm teaching, but not quite. They're kind of doing their own spin, and that's fine. I mean, do your own spin, but just follow it blindly for now till you get some sales. Okay, so follow the greeting card format, follow the targeting, follow the style. Just do what works, and then go off and do your own version of it. Okay, so just so you guys can start making money. So later on, if I were to come in, I'll do like stage 2 for the daughter interest and stage 2 for the cat lover interest. And then if I had add to carts in the column here that were registering, I'd go there. But then I'd look at family, happiness, NASCAR, National Football League. So these are all, they got quite a few clicks. So these content views are like virtually the same as link clicks. So that's what I would go with to expand on this. So let's go and look at this. So I know daughter, I go cost per purchase. Daughter actually was cheaper by a little bit versus cat lovers. So I'm going to set up stage 2 for both of these today. So I'm going to show you the whole thing. So let's go to campaigns, and let's just copy this. Copy. And we're going to create a CBO campaign. So let's call it, I know number 2 is my slow and steady, so let's call it number 3. And let's put the date. And if you want over here too, you could even go like over here, just so you know which one it is. And down here, we're going to go conversions. And I'm going to move pretty quick here because you guys can always go through the replay. So the daily budget, what we're going to do, since we don't have 5 interests put in here, we can't put 5 interests into a CBO campaign. So I'm going to show you a variation of what I'll do in that case. Some of you may only have 1 sale, so you only have 1 interest to work off to start. So I'm actually going to go and I'm going to take, I'm going to break it down by 5-year age ranges instead of 5 different interests inside the CBO. So the CBO is going to have the same interest, in my case daughter, and I'm going to break it down into 5-year age ranges. So that'll give me basically 40 to 44, all the way up to 65 plus. So there's going to be 6 age ranges in there. That means I'm going to have 6 ad sets. So I take my number of ad sets, 6, times my target cost per acquisition, which is 30 bucks. Okay, so on this one, I make $41.74 revenue on every sale. So I want to give each ad set at least $30 in order to get a sale. That gives me a profit of like $11.74 per sale, which I'll take, which is good. It's a good healthy chunk. So my daily budget for a CBO is going to be 6 times 30, which is $180. So you might be thinking, whoa, that's a lot, I can't do that. Well, hang on, we got some rules that we're going to use too here. So in my case, it's, $41.74. I'll set it at 30, which leaves me $11.74 profit after ad spend. Okay, so now we're going to set up the first one here, which is 03. And then this actually doesn't matter because it's going to be age ranges here. So I'm going to go daughter. Oh, put the date too. So September. Let's set it to tomorrow. So with these CBOs, you don't want to start them the same day. And they'll go daughter. And then the first one is going to be 40 to 44. Okay, and then here I'm going to go now for the ad. I'm actually going to use the same ad because I've got a whole bunch of likes and comments and shares on it. So I'm just going to grab that post ID. This is from the first campaign, the stage 1 campaign. So I'll just put add 1 and then I'll actually put the post ID there. Then click save to draft. And it'll take a second. And lately when I've been uploading, it's been giving me a service unavailable, some weird, odd, bizarre error message, which I don't fully understand, but all right, so let's go here and let's search for this campaign. So this is, oops, search 34-03. Oh, and I gotta remove that. There, so now we're in this one. I already had one named that. Oh well, go with that. So now let's go edit. There, so now I'm in the campaign. Just ignore this one. That was just some test I was running. All right, so let's go into the ad set and let's get the purchase event here. So type in the first 3 digits of your pixel and you can get that from here. Go to your ad, click it. And then in the top right, if you have the pixel helper, then this is my pixel. So I'm gonna put that in there, which I did. And now I'm not gonna use dynamic creative. I'm not gonna use an offer. I am going to set this to start at midnight. Okay. And now one difference, I'm using a CBO campaign. So I do want to click this little thing, add spend limits. And in this case, I actually want to set the spend limit. And this is a new thing that you guys haven't seen before, but I typically I'll set it to the target CPA. So in my case, that's the $30 mark. So each of the ad sets within this campaign, I'm telling Facebook, you got to spend minimum 30 bucks of the 180. So if I have 6 ad sets, I'm basically telling them, you have to spread it evenly. Okay. So you'll see how the rules will like knock off non-performers and then the budget will go to the winners only. But this way, they're not going to dump all the budget into one ad set on you because CBO campaigns have a tendency to overspend. And they have a tendency to focus on 1 or 2 ad sets always, and they'll tend to like really accelerate the spend in those. So we want to put some safety measures in, forcing Facebook to not do that. Basically, that's all this minimum spend is. Some guys will put a maximum spend in. I'm not going to, because I'm not worried about it at $180 a day level. Like if an ad set's profitable, I don't care if it gets all like 180 bucks. That's fine if it's making me money. So I leave that blank. Set the start date to tomorrow at midnight. And then I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to the United States. Take out Canada. And that's the other thing when you're scaling these. Once I've done this, I could do a duplicate of this campaign and change the country to Canada. And then I could do a duplicate of that and change it to United Kingdom. And then I could do a duplicate of that and change it to Australia if I wanted. So there's a lot of ways to scale these, but this is your stage 2. This is your basic campaign setup. Then you have a lot of options within those. Okay, so I'm going to go here. First age range is going to be 40 to 44. That's going to be men. And then here's where I put that interest in here. Daughter. So you see that's 80,000 people in the US. That's fine. That's good. Now here, remember before I edited the placements, I only did news feeds. With CBO, I'm finding auto placements work better. So we're going to leave auto placements on, and they do tend to work better. For the optimization for ad delivery, I'm going to put it on conversions. Here, I'm still going to go with the 1-day click review. And for cost control, I'm going to leave it on auto bid. Okay, so that's my first ad set up. Then I go to my ad, and here's very easy. I can just grab that number. I don't know why it's showing that one. But, so you have your page, and then you need to click this. That's one of my Instagram accounts. So use selected page is what you want to select. And now here, I want to use existing post, and then just enter the post ID. And that should pull up that post over here. And it'll take a second for this little warning to go away. As it loads up the post, there, it's gone. So you can see how it looks on all the different devices. And it's going to go to all these, and it's basically going to focus on the one that gets the best return. Marketplace, mobile marketplace. So it's all good. Make sure your pixel's on. And this offline events, I've never even really used it, but you can leave that on too. So you can scroll through all your different results here if you want. See what it looks like. So because we did the basic auto placements, Facebook likes that a little bit more, so they'll give us a little bit better CPM rates. So now I need to create the other age ranges, so I'm just going to do duplicates. So in here, I can go split audiences if I want, and I could go, the original is 40 to 44, and if I add one, see how it automatically increments it for me? And then add, and then one more. So there's 6. So you can see I took the original and it'll just create them. So I don't have to go in and do it, which is a little bit better. Actually, I should remove the 40 to 44 then. Should have taken that out. So just select them all, go edit, find and replace, and go like this. 40 to 44, then space, and replace it with nothing. So there. So there's my ad sets. Very quick to do, right? Very simple. And now 6 of them are set up. The daily budget is 180 a day. So now I'm just going to review and publish. We're not done yet though. So this is where I usually get an error. And I have to upload it like 3 or 4 times in order to get it to go through, which is very odd. But here we go. Maybe it's actually working on the call, fingers crossed. So the next step for the CBO campaign is we're going to set some rules. And what I would say is we're going to set the rules once, and we're going to apply the same rules to all the other CBO campaigns that we set up for this necklace. Hopefully it took them all. See in a second here. It's a miracle. You guys are a lucky charm. Good. It worked. Okay, so now I go back here and I select my campaign and I go rules, create new. Now there's going to be 4 rules that I have on here. And the first rule, they're all based on the ads. So I'm not going to turn off the ad sets. I'm going to turn off the ads within the ad set. It's just a little trick because if you start turning on and off ad sets, it affects the CBO more than if you're just turning on and off ads. It's a weird little glitch with Facebook, but it seems to perform better when you do this at the ad level instead of the ad. So make sure it's turn off ad, not ad set. Because up here, usually we go active ad sets. We're going to go active ads. So turn it off. So if the spent is greater than, now in this case, I'm going to have an add to cart rule. So I'm going to set it at 1250. So if spend is greater than 1250 and website conversion, Facebook pixel, add to cart is smaller than 1, and here's another difference today, then I want to turn it off. So this is going to be, call this stage 2. $59.99 necklace, because the rules will be different for the cheaper necklace. So stage 2, yeah, we'll go. price, and then rule number 1, turn off ad if spent is greater than $12.50 and add to cart is less than 1 today. So I'm just going to copy that. So hit Control A, Control C. Great. There's rule 1. Rule 2 is going to be at the ad level, active ads. And this one is going to be based on purchases. So if spent is greater than my target CPA of 30 and purchases. So website conversion, Facebook pixel, then scroll down to purchases is smaller than 1. And again, not lifetime, but today it'll run every 30 minutes. Just paste in that other one. And it'll go like this, rule number 2. So if spent is greater than 30 and purchases less than 1 today, we'll shut her down. 30 less than 1, good. So I'm going to copy that. Great. Third rule is right here. So again, active ads, turn off the ad. And in this case, I'm going to be very aggressive. So usually this is if it got a sale, and usually I'll put a spend in there too to give it more time to get another sale. I'm not doing that with this CBO. We're going to have multiple CBOs running, and we want to only have the best of the best remaining at the end of the day. So I'm just going to say if it has a sale, at least one. So go here, website conversion, Facebook pixel, purchases is greater than 0, and right here, cost per website conversion, Facebook pixel, cost per purchase is greater than my target CPA, which is 30. And then this is based on today's numbers. And remove that lifetime impressions, they're going to give you that. So purchase greater than 0, cost per purchase greater than 30, runs every 30 minutes, shut her down. So we'll call that rule number 3. So that's different than what I usually do, because with CBOs, I don't want the spend to get out of control. And if I let it spend 60 to get the next sale, it could flop. So basically I'm telling it to lock in some profit or shut off. Okay, because the key is on stage 2, you don't just have one of these running, you have multiple of these running. Okay, so turn off ad set if, again, purchases is greater than 0, and in this case, cost per purchase goes above 30 today. So it's got to perform quick and maintain performance, or we're locking in profits and we're shutting it off. So what you're going to find is, I got one more rule. With these, that's why you have multiple of these CBOs running. So we're locking in profits. We're not letting it go. The only time we let it go is if it's really on fire. And if it's on fire for the day, that's when it's awesome. And then the next day, we have the option of going in and increasing the budget on these two. That's later on for scaling. But for now, just do this setup. And now this is one rule you guys are going to like. So this is, see this action turn off? Well, if you go here to active ads, now the options are turn off ad, turn on ad, send notification. So we're going to turn on the ad, okay? And this is paused ads in the campaign. So if an ad is paused, we're going to turn it back on. And this is basically one rule only, which I'll explain. But you go to settings, an ad set name, and then here, does not contain, and what I use is the word crap. So we can edit the title of an ad, or sorry, ad name, not ad set. Settings, ad name, does not contain crap. So we'll let this run for like a day or 2 or 3. I'd say 3 is best. That'll give you the best data. For those 3 days, these ads will keep restarting whenever we tell it to, unless the ad name contains the word crap. So if after a day or 2 or 3, we go in and we look at the ads and we say, well, these 2 really stink. They're spending money, but they don't even have like an add to cart. We're going to edit the title of the ad to include the word crap. Our rule now is going to look for that word, and if the ad name does not contain the word crap, it's going to turn it back on whenever we tell it to. So now you can time range doesn't matter, but here's the difference. We can turn it on at midnight, or we could say, okay, I've noticed that I get sales in the morning, I don't get sales in the afternoon, and then in the evening I get a lot of sales. So maybe I want to turn this on in the evening only. You could do that. I suggest though, for this niche, mornings work very well. Even afternoons are usually not the best. Evenings are okay. So what I want to do is edit the custom schedule for a reason here too. Look at this. So you got all the dates. So I'm going to select all the dates I want to restart my ads. And did you notice anything? I skipped Monday. Monday sucks. I'm not even going to bother. So I'm going to go not at 12 a.m., but I'm going to go, in my case, my account time is Pacific and I'm in Eastern, so there's a 3-hour difference. So if I set it to 3 a.m. Pacific, that's actually 6 a.m. Eastern. So I'm going to restart my ads at 6 o'clock in the morning. Well, I'm not. Facebook is. 3 a.m., 3 a.m., except for Monday. Now, if you wanted to, you could go Monday and you could say, okay, well, I know Monday sucks during the day, but maybe you're getting some traction during the evening. So for me, I could start at 3 p.m., which is 6 p.m. if I wanted. However, I don't like Mondays. I'm not going to run them on Mondays. So I'm basically running 6 days a week here, except for Mondays. And they're restarting at 3 a.m. Pacific, which is 6 a.m. Eastern for me. So the ads, any ad that does not have the word crap in the title is going to restart. Pretty cool, right? So now let's put the name of this one. Let's call this Rule 4. This is not turn off, but turn on ad if one thing. Ad name does not contain crap. So you could substitute whatever word you want there. Failed, junk, garbage. I just like crap, it's easy. There we go. So we've got 4 rules. So yes, in this one, we are giving it, like it'll start the day, and then it'll start shutting off ads. And then it will shift the budget to the remaining ads and ad sets that are left, because those are the ones that haven't got shut off. And if they haven't got shut off, it's because they're actually getting action. They're getting ads to carts and they're getting purchases. So the budget will automatically shift in full to those remaining ad sets. So they'll actually speed up as the other ones are shut down. Then it's not a matter of, that day just doing that and turning off ad sets, and then the next day only having like one ad set in a CBO running. We want to give it another shot. So we're going to turn them back on, and we can do this for like 3 days, let it turn back on. Then we go in and look at it, and we go to the ad level here, and we just edit it. And so where it says that, I would literally type in the word. If this one wasn't good, I'd type in crap. So if this one were turned off, the rules would look at that, see the word crap, and they wouldn't turn it on. Cool, eh? So I'm just going to save that. And I'm going to discard the changes because I didn't make any. So that's that one. That's how you do it. Now, I've got another interest. So I could actually edit this name too. I could go stage 2, like so. If I could spell daughter right. So now what do? Well, we want to scale, right? Because we've got some good stuff going on here. So I'm going to publish that. Just that name change. So what's the fastest way to set up the next one? I'll show you. Select your campaign, hit duplicate, do one. And remember what the other winner was, right? And then we'll just close that, and we'll go filter by selection, and then we'll edit. So we've got this one, and then we call this number 4. And we'll go there, we'll go stage 2, and this one is the next interest that we want to target, cat lovers. So now we've got all these numbers that are different for the ad sets and all that. So if I just click in here on the left, all I want to do, Oh, hang on. Let's get rid of that. There. So I click in there, and now I've got all these numbers that are 3. So I go edit, find and replace. I'm going to replace that -03 with -04. And then I'm going to replace the word daughter with my next interest, which is, oops, sorry, daughter, cat lovers. And then I'm going to edit all of these. And the only change I'm going to make is right here. I'm going to change that to cat lovers. I'm going to remove daughter. And then I'll go to the ad level. And I'm just going to change that 03 to 04. So edit, hit the drop down, find and replace, -03, -04. There we go. See how fast that was to create the second one? So now I'm going to upload this campaign, and you can go in and you can check it. So if I want to look at this ad group, 60-64, cat lovers 60-64, purchase 30, starting at midnight. I could start that at 6 a.m. too if I wanted. United States 60-64. Ooh, what's going on here? I don't have men. Oh, so let's select them all. Apparently I forgot to do men. This is why you check your work. So now I've got men. Let's go back to the edit on this one. Okay, so I got to fix the other one too. So always check your work, because I actually had it set to all instead of men. So I got to check that other campaign too to make sure. Then go to your ads. They should all be set. Now I can upload this one, and then I'll just go back and verify in the other ad account, in the other campaign too. So I've got 2 stage 2 campaigns running now. What do I have to do? What's my next step? Let me know in the chat box. What do I have to do? What didn't I do on this one? It's a pop quiz. You got it. Rules. So anytime you create a new campaign, you have to do rules. So I'm just going to go like this, and then I will go back and check the setup, make sure I have men. So now I don't have to create a new one. I can just apply an existing. So look at this, stage 2, $59.99 rule 1. I can't select them all at once, which is really annoying. You have to do one at a time. So rule 1, apply. Save. Rules, apply. Rule 2, stage 2, $59.99, apply. Save. Apply an existing rule, stage 2, rule 3, apply, save, and then apply, and then we're on number 4, stage 2, $59.99, turn it back on, apply, save. So now let's go back to the other one. I think the status is just in review here. Let's look at this. In review or scheduled. Apply. There we go. So there's the daughter one. And in this one, I'm just checking to make sure. I'll select them all, click edit, and then I want to make sure I did men. I didn't. See that? I did men and women. Boop. There we go. That could have been a costly mistake, because I have tried to run these to women, but when it says love dad, women don't care. They won't buy it. So if it said love mom, they might. They just don't buy as much. So always go back and verify your work. Always make sure you've got it set up right. Otherwise, you could be in deep trouble. So now those 2 are set up. So what would be the next one that I do? Well, I go by purchase, add to cart, and then content views. So I've done the 2 for purchases. Now I move to add to cart and see if there's any that I haven't set up that are add to cart. You can also do these for lookalike audiences as well. And that was kind of the next part that I was going to show you, is how to create these lookalikes in this video. So let's go and do that now. So what we need for the lookalikes is basically this little URL slug right here. So if you go to your sales page and copy that part, you can see on your pixel too. Go here, view content. You can see all the data that they're passing. So the campaign custom parameter set, this is by Teespring. So campaign URL is no matter how old. Content type is product. Content ID is no matter how old. Value is 59. Good to go. And then the content name, they also put the title. So we're just going to base it on campaign URL and the URL slug, which we copied from right here. So it's teespring.com/ this part. So you want to copy that. We do need these custom audiences set up for the next stage too, which is retargeting. So actually, we might be able to squeeze this in today. Let's see if we can do this. So your CBOs are set up. You can set up more CBOs using more interests. We're also going to create lookalike audiences now that you could use in here too. And maybe what I'll do is I'll show you a lookalike audience, how to do that, and then we'll save the retargeting for next week. That'll give us enough time here. So go to your menu, just open that in a new tab. So what we're doing is we're creating some custom audiences based on people who have viewed our page, people who have added to cart, and people who have purchased. So what we want to do is get our, remember this number, 0034? That's what we're going to use. So you go here, you go create audience, custom. This will pop up. You want to do website traffic. There's all different ones in here, but website traffic is what we want. And now here, you want to select your pixel. In my case, this is my pixel, right? The 1491. And I'm going to hit this drop down for all website visitors. And what I want to do is from your events. So you've got all these different events that you can optimize for. And if purchase is not showing, it's because you don't have a purchase yet on the pixel. That's all. So if add to cart doesn't show, it's because you don't have an add to cart. So you need an add to cart and a purchase before you can do the add to cart or the purchase audience. But view content should show right away. So we go view content. And in this case, we're going to do the big one, 180 days, which if you mouse over this, that's the maximum time we can do. Now, we got to click refine by URL/parameter, and then click this drop down. And instead of URL, we're going to do this. Campaign URL contains, guess what? Right there. So remember from our page, campaign URL is no matter how old. And this is the view content event. So back here, I've got my view content event. Campaign URL contains no matter how old. So this is my view content 180-day audience. So I'm going to name it. This is why I number these two, because it makes it very easy. And it's going to be view content dash, come on, 180 days. Okay, so we're going to create that audience. I'm going to click done. Now I'm going to repeat this for the add to cart and the purchase. So create, custom, website traffic. That's my pixel. Click the drop down, and now I'm going to go to add to cart. Again, I'm going to do this for 180 days. Define by URL parameter. Click the drop down. I want the campaign URL to equal that. And this one, 0034, that's my product ID number, campaign number, ties it all in. And this is add to cart, 180 days. Great. All right, now I'm going to repeat this for the purchase event. So create custom audience, website traffic, my pixel, the drop down, scroll down to purchase, change this to 180, and refine by URL parameter, URL, campaign URL, paste, and this one is purchase, 180 days. Great. So today, I'm just going to create those 3 custom audiences. Next training session, I'm going to go through the retargeting and creating those audiences, but I don't want to confuse you. So today, create these 3, And what we're going to do now is we're going to go in, and we're going to hit that box beside there, and we're going to go over here under the three dots. So select your custom audience, and then we're going to hit the three dots, create lookalike. Now, we can do this, we're going to do United States. Select it. Then I like to just copy that to the clipboard. Now, we can create a whole bunch of these. So if you hit this drop down, you can go up to 6, and you can see that it'll create the 1%, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5 to 6. Then you could even come back in and do like 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10. So I'll show you the ones that I create standard, and it's basically these ones. So hit that drop down, go to 6. It'll create these 6 lookalike audiences. So create. You'll see it'll populate. And now we're not done with that one. We're going to leave it checked. We're going to hit the three dots again, create lookalike, paste in the United States, select it. And then here, we're going to create one, which is a 3%. So 3% view content, which is estimated 6.7 million people. Create. And then we're going to do it again, create lookalike, paste in United States, click it, click off that box. We're going to do a 5%. And then here, we're going to go doot, paste, United States. And here we'll do a 7 or 8, no, we'll do 10. So we'll do 3, 5, and 10. So now you can see we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 audiences for the view content. Now somebody's asking, why haven't you excluded the add to carts from the view content? Because I'll do that in the ad set. I'm not doing it in the lookalike. There's no point. It's just as easy to exclude it in the ad set. So I'll show you how to do that. So now I got to repeat the process. So I am going to repeat it because I want you guys to see it multiple times. Select it, drop down, create lookalike. And the first one is 6. Oh, we need this region. So when you have, like, say you're targeting Canada too, you go back through and you repeat this for each country. So it's very cool. United Kingdom, and then you'll have 9 lookalike audiences. These are just my favorite 9. Like so. And then hit that drop down again because it's already selected down here. Create lookalike, we'll do the 3%. Create. Oh, and there is 1 to 5 and 5 to 10 too. I should probably do those. I do like those too. So let's do this. This is 0 to 5. Well, we got 0 to 5. You can do like so many different combinations of these, but these are a good start. And then I'll show you what we're going to do with these too. So let's keep it simple. Let's do these 9. Okay, and then unselect that, select the purchase custom audience. And you can even do a filter too. If I only want to look at custom audiences, I could do that. And then it's only going to show the custom. If I wanted to do lookalikes only, well, this is both. If I only want to look at my lookalikes, you can see those. So let's just go back. Let's scroll down to the purchase, which is right here, 0034, purchase 180. Select it, hit the drop down, create lookalike, United States. Then we'll hit, we gotta do the first 6, create. Then we'll do the 3, 5, and 10. 3 dots, paste in location. Oh, what is cast? Oh, weird. 3. Create. Paste. 5. And then 10. So for those who've never used lookalikes are basically based on your custom audience, and it's people that look like people in your custom audience. So it looks like people who have viewed the page. It looks like people who have added to cart. It looks like people who have purchased. So the most powerful ones are the purchase ones. But I mean, view content and add to cart still works because those are people that are interested. So now you can see we've got a whole bunch of lookalikes in here. So what the heck do we do with these? Well, let me show you. So we set up 2 already. These are ready to go. Now you're like, well, I want to scale like big time. How do I do that? Okay, well, take your last one and do a duplicate. And you can do this. If you don't want them all to start on the same day, spread them out. Start one a day for like 5 days. So I could schedule that one, these 2 to start tomorrow. And then this one I could say, no, I'm going to start this on the 26th instead of the 25th. So I could change this. So I go number 5. I could say I'm going to do this one on the 26th. And let's say I do my 1% purchase lookalike for this one. Just remove the word copy. So I'm going to do a whole CBO campaign dedicated to the 1% purchase lookalike. So everything's going to stay the same except for my targeting. And to change my targeting, I go back in here and I'll just put this in draft. Then you'll see it right there. And then I can go in and click edit. And now here is the one I'm working on. So again, if I want to go into the ad set level and click here, or I can just click the campaign. And I got to make some changes. So I have them all selected. So I'm going to go like this. I'm going to find and replace, and I want to replace that -04 with -05, and then I want to change the date too. So that's done. I go edit, find and replace. I'm going to go 25th with 26th, and then I got to remove that cat lovers and put in 1% purchase. So I go cat lovers 1% purchase lookalike. And then I might as well do the ads while I'm in. Oh no, let's make the change here. First, I have all my ad sets selected. Everything's the same except here. I want to remove cat lovers, hit the X. And how do I use my lookalikes? Check this out. When I put in 0034, it pulls up all my lookalikes for this product. So now I can say, I want to do the 1% purchase. So you can see I got add to cart, view content, and everything. So I'm going to show you something. So I want to find my 1% purchase, which is right there. And now you're saying, okay, that's awesome, Will. But do you want to show ads to people who bought it already? Probably not, right? So what do? Well, we'll target the 1% purchase and we'll exclude. What are we going to exclude? 0034, custom audience. What should we exclude? Buyers. They already bought, so don't show them the ad. Cool, eh? This little thing, you can now go back and do that in your interest-based targeting too. We didn't have these created when we created those other 2 campaigns though. So you could go back and edit those campaigns and put this in too. Okay, and we probably should, because if you're showing ads to people who already bought it, it's kind of pointless because they're not going to buy it again, right? They might leave a comment. But if they leave a comment, they're like, I bought this yesterday and I don't have it yet. Well, we don't want those people commenting on our ads. So it might be a good idea to exclude them. All right. So ads are already getting approved here. So I just changed all of my targeting to the 1% lookalike. And if I want to verify this, just pick one. And then go in here. You can see there's my lookalike, purchase, and I'm just splitting it up by age. And I use an auto. So all the same settings. Now I go into my ads. So click this tab, and I want to, Okay, so at the ad set level, I have 1 ads, go in here. Now select all these, and I'll just edit these. I'm going to find and replace. And all I want to replace is that 04 with 05. Okay, and now that campaign is ready to go. So I'm going to upload it. And yes, it is a ton of audiences. So there's basically 9 per event. So there's 27 audiences. 27 possible CBO campaigns you can launch. Do you see how you can scale this stuff now? Like, my God. Not only that, these are not only useful for CBO campaigns, but you can take all of those 27 lookalike audiences and you can start dumping them in, scheduling 5 a day in your slow and steady too, and run alongside this. Nothing wrong with that at all. So instead of targeting interest, you're targeting a lookalike. And now in your slow and steady, you can exclude the buyers too. So next step, I got it created. What do I do now? Somebody tell me. And I keep saying this because I really want you guys to get this. Well, actually, I gotta go in here. And you know what I didn't do? Then change the start date. Bad. There we go. So I set this one to start on 26. So let's publish that. So now what do I do? Just got to bang this in your head. Rules, rules, rules. You guys got it. So every time you set up this, set up rules, set up rules, set up rules. And it should be set up, go back and double check your work, then rules. Because you can see that I'm forgetful. I always forget stuff, but I always go back and check it. So I'm just going to apply. So got my campaign selected. Stage 2, rule 1, apply, save. Apply, stage 2, rule 2, apply, save. Apply, stage 2, rule 3, apply, save. And then here, stage 2, rule 4, apply, save. Now, if you want to verify your rules, you just go here. Let's open that in a new tab. These are all the rules that you've got running. And you can see that pause ads and 3 campaigns, 2 campaigns. So you know what I did? I skipped rule 3. So right now, rule 3 is only on 03 and 05. I actually skipped that for 04. So that's how you can verify. So you know, if I just set up 3 campaigns and I applied 3 rules, if I click this, you can see 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 3, and 5. So I got to go back to campaign number 4-04 and put rule 3 on it. So I'm glad you guys are seeing this too. So rules, apply an existing. So campaign 4, rule 3. For some reason I skipped it. Now I'm going to hit reload here. See my rules again. There, fixed. So as long as these are 3, that means I have them applied to the 3 I just did. So that's how you can verify that too. And you can edit these rules too if you want to. You just click on it. Then you can edit anything you want and save it. And over here on the far left, we have preview. So for that particular rule, if it were to run right now, no ad sets would meet it. Because none of them have a purchase and none of them have a cost per purchase over 30 right now for rule 3. You can do that for all these. Very cool. You can also delete them if you want. Now let's go back here and let's select the 2 previous ones that we did, 3 and 4. And let us go like this, filter by selection. Actually, let's just go to ad sets. So I've selected these 2 campaigns here, and then when I click this tab, it's going to take me into those ad sets. I'm going to select all the ad sets and edit, because what do I want to do here? So I can still run the interest, but I'm going to exclude buyers now. So I go 0034, custom audiences only, buyers. There we go. So all these green ones, they have just excluded all the buyers. So I'm going to upload that. And you can see how, can you guys see the possibilities for scaling with this? Stage 2 is crazy because you just keep going. You just keep going and going and going. And it gets nuts with how many you can have running at one time. So it's not a matter now of creating one campaign with like $1,000 daily budget. I mean, you can do that in stage 4. But right now you just have multiple stage 2 campaigns running. And the more you have running, the more volume you're going to do, the more you're spreading out your risk amongst different campaigns, and your rules are going to be cutting things off. So only move to this when you've had a sale in stage 1. And the more sales you have in stage 1, the more you can confidently do in stage 2. If you just had like an add to cart in stage 1 and you tried to do this, I wouldn't really recommend it. Instead, I would try and find a design that gets at least a sale, and preferably 2 or 3 sales. So mine got 2 sales, so I'm confident to run it on the CBO level with all these rules attached in order to make it work. So what do I do for management now? Well, the ones that start on the 25th, so 3 and 4, they're going to start here. So that's day 1, 2, 3. Well, day 0, 1, 2. No, day 1, 2, 3. So in the morning of the 28th, I can go in and I can start looking at the ads for these, right? I select them into campaigns. I'm just going to sort it by purchases, sort it by amount spent, sort it by adds to cart, and any of these ones that that just maybe they've run for like 2 or 3 days, well, 3 days, and they haven't got an add to cart, I'm going to edit the title and I'm going to put the word crap in it. And then that ad, and therefore that ad set, is not going to restart the next day. It's just going to stay off. So that will focus that $180 budget on only the good stuff right from the start of the day. So it's like a multi-step process. You got to let it run to get some data, and then you go in and you manually say crap, 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 and then your rules will not restart the crap anymore. So it's the simplest way I know to do it. It might be confusing. Your head might be spinning a little bit right now, but just take it back to the basics and say, okay, he started here. He found the interest that worked. And what did I do? I just broke it up into age groups. That's it. 5-year ranges, well, except for 65 plus. So 6 ages, 6 age ranges, 6 ad sets. So my budget is 180 because it's 6 times 30 for each one. So basically I've got quite a bit of money here running, and that's only on 3. So if you look at this, you might be thinking, okay, well, this is how the guys do the big bucks. That's $540 on 3 of them. I have 26 other lookalikes that I can set this up for too. Crazy, right? I can also go back and look at my add to cart interests and my view content interests and put the top ones in here too. So you're not going to run out of options for doing that. There are some other ways to run these too, but I'm not going to confuse you guys. I'm going to keep it at a simple level. So take your interest first, then create your custom audiences and your lookalikes, which I showed you. Then create your lookalike stage 2 CBO. And I would start with the purchase because it's the most powerful one, because Facebook is going to create basically an audience of buyers that look like people who bought your stuff. So that's pretty powerful. Now, one question that people might have is, when can it, some guys say, wait till you have like 100 purchases to create the purchase lookalike. Some people say 1,000 purchases. I say baloney. I say create it as soon as you can, because the thing about all of these custom audiences and lookalikes is they're updated on the back end behind the scenes by Facebook. So I think it's every couple days. I don't know the exact 48 hours or 72 hours, but Facebook will update these audiences for you automatically. So that's a good thing. So we can create them as soon as possible, and then they'll take the first batch based on the custom audience that they have to create the lookalike. That's how they'll create it. And then they'll update the custom audience, and then they'll update the lookalike later. Automatically behind the scenes, we don't have to do anything else. So create them as soon as you can, because they're really good. And it is people that look like buyers. They look like people who added to cart. They look like people who viewed the page. So we want to show more ads to these people. And then we're just plucking out, we're optimizing for purchase. So we're only looking for the buyers within that audience. So even if the audience size, like here's an example, right? This add to cart, 5%, 180 days, it's showing as 11 million people under the size. That's not all buyers though. There's a mixture of different types of people within that audience. We are targeting buyers within the audience. So that's only a fraction of that 11 million. So your ads aren't going to show to the full 11 million, probably show like maybe, I don't know, 1,500,000 of those. So it is deceptive that way. But I think Facebook puts these sizes in here to make us think like, oh man, they have a lot of inventory. So we have nothing to worry about when we run ads with Facebook. But honestly, it doesn't always work that way. So Yeah, so that's it for today. Go ahead and create these. And if money is tight, then don't do a whole bunch of these every day. Launch like one a day or one a week or one every 3 days, like whatever your budget will allow you to do. But remember, we're spending $180. We have the budget set at that, but it doesn't mean we're going to spend that. I mean, we have 6 ads in there, right? And we have a rule too. So 6 times, that means it's not going to spend the full 180. The minimum you'll spend is $75 a day. If you can't get a sale by $75 a day spent on this good stuff, there's something really, really wrong. Okay, so we're not in this to just throw money away. We're in it to make money. And to make more money, we have to spend more money. So that is the add to cart rule. So it's $12.50. Oops. $12.50 times 6. So if you didn't get an add to cart, these would each spend 75 times 3. That's $225 across 3 campaigns. Okay, we should get at least a couple sales on these. And then the other rule was the right here, rule number 2. So $30. So we could say, well, in that case, it is 180. So if it passes the add to cart rule, then it's going to be 30 times 8 times 6, 180. So it could spend the full 180 if it passes the add to cart rule. But if you're getting add to carts, you're going to get purchases too. So we're going to be making money. And if we look at this, 41 point, well, let's take this. How many sales a day do we have to do on each campaign? 180 divided by, we need 4.3 sales in order to like break even. So that's 6 ad sets to get 4.3 sales. So if we get 5 sales, we're profitable. If we get 5 sales, we're at 207. That means we have a profit of minus 180. We spend the full amount. 27.35 per campaign. So say we have 3 campaigns going. Now your daily profit's 82.05. So, I mean, 5 is a goal for each of these. You can put that in your mind. If you're not getting anything, then there's something wrong somewhere. So we got to keep an eye on it. But the rules will help manage the risk and manage the ad spend. So as you do this more and more, you'll gain more and more confidence. So say we had, let's divide that by 3 again. Let's say now we have 10 of these running, 10 stage 2 campaigns, and they're each just getting 5 sales a day. So we are profitable. Now you're up to $273.50 profit a day. Not too bad, right? And then what's that over 30 days? Holy crap, $8,205. Well, what's that over a year? $98,000. It all adds up. So I hope you guys can see that. Don't look at it as blowing money or wasting money or lighting money on fire. That's not what you're doing. That's not it at all. We're taking money, we're investing it to get a return. If we don't get a return, then we have an issue. That's where you go to the forum and you get support. Okay, so I hope that all makes sense. I'll take any questions now and then we're going to end it. So you can see why I didn't do the retargeting this week, because that's like another at least 45 minutes to an hour to do the retargeting campaigns. And we haven't even got the retargeting up and running, which are stage 3 is like the most profitable campaign. So you want to stay tuned for next week, guaranteed, because you'll love it, because we've got a whole system for that too. All right, so I'll take some of these questions. Okay. When you target a lookalike for cat lovers, do you ever restrict the audience to include the interest cat lovers? I found a lot of my lookalikes for dog lovers go away when I restructure the lookalike to dog lovers. I'm not targeting a lookalike for the interest cat lovers. I'm only basing my targeting on people who viewed the sales page, or people who added to cart, or people who purchased. It's not based on cat lovers. It's based on the pixel event. Hope that makes sense. Can you quickly touch on your test of multiple designs per one ad set? I'll do that in the forums because I don't want to confuse people. Yeah, I will. I'll talk more about that in the forums, but it's just an experiment. Will the retargeting include funnels? In a way, the retargeting is a funnel because it's based on how long. Like day 1 is like a reminder, day 3 is like an offer. Day 7 is like another offer. Day 30 is like another offer. And then day 180 is like showing all different products. So it's not a funnel per se, like ClickFunnels, if that's what you're thinking. It's a funnel on Facebook within your ad account. So we're just taking people that we know they viewed it, but they didn't buy yet. So we're going to show them a different ad with a different offer for the same necklace. And then we're going to sweeten the deal. And then if we don't get them by then, we're just going to show them other necklaces that we have because we know that they're in the market, but they haven't bought yet. Okay? Hope that makes sense. And okay. Just gotta hang this up. Telemarketer. Okay, some audiences give you sales 4 days consistently and then it went off. Do you target again the same audience? So if it was working and then it died, absolutely. So say my daughter campaign is working nicely for 4 days and profiting, and then day 5 it tanks. Well, I'm going to restart it on day 6. If it tanks again on day 6, then I'm going to be thinking maybe the campaign died. So what I'll do is I'll pause that whole campaign, do a duplicate, and set it up again to go. So I'm just going to give it a little boost by doing a duplication of the working campaign. That's how I'll make it run. How many times can you do this? It's unlimited. So if a campaign's running and working and then just dies off, just pause it and do a duplicate. And you can keep going. I guess it depends on the, on the audience size mainly. But technically you can go forever, especially on the lookalikes. And you will start repeating back to showing the ads to the same people that saw it before. But that's okay too. As long as your frequency isn't too high, you can keep doing that. All right, and so he's asking, duplicate with same interest. Yes, you can. So if this daughter one's working for a bit, say for a week or 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden the performance starts going really downhill, pause the whole thing, do a duplicate of the whole thing, and that'll reset it. And hopefully I'll give it another burst. Hopefully it can go for like 2 or 3 weeks again. And like you do have to keep an eye on these things because there is no such thing as set and forget in Facebook ads anymore. It just doesn't happen. You can't run ads for years on end because so many changes happen within Facebook and the algorithm that methods that used to work awesome don't work anymore. So you got to be on top of these. The rules will help you dramatically reduce your workload to like 10% of what it used to be. But you have to notice stuff too, and you have to keep an eye on it. So I basically go in every morning and I'll check my stats, and I'll go back and look at yesterday, and I'll look at all time, and I'll look at last 3 days or 7 days and see what the trend is. And if it's going down, then I'll make adjustments. If it's going up, I'll kind of leave it alone. But let's say too, this daughter campaign is doing really well and it's getting sales profitably. Say the cost per purchase is coming in at 30, my target. And I'm like, okay, well, I want to do a little bit more volume. Maybe it's we're running a week. Then I'll just take that budget and I'll double it. So I'll go from like 180 to 360. You can do that. Or if you like round numbers, go up to like 250 and then let it run for like a week. And then if it's still profitable, bump it to like 500. If it's still profitable, bump it to like 1,000, you know? And then if you do a bump later on and it doesn't work, drop it back down to the previous level. So if I doubled it from 180 to 360, let it run for a couple days, it wasn't performing as well, I would drop it back down to 180 on a daily. All right, hope that makes sense. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to get the replay up as soon as I can, but I hope you guys can see the power of stage 2 and kind of the process and the thinking behind it and how it works. So you've got a lot of work to do. You've got a lot of campaigns to set up, but like I said, don't do stage 2 unless stage 1 produced at least a sale. And the more sales you have, the better. So my advice to people is test multiple designs. So your goal is to test like 5 to 10 at least, and then take the best result from that 5 to 10 test and move it to stage 2. So if you just test one and you got lucky, you got a sale, you jump to stage 2 right away, then you stop testing, that's bad. That's not going to work. Because you want to think now, I want to keep growing and growing and growing. So if I, like I showed you, if I get 10 of these campaigns producing 5 sales a day, that's 50 sales a day. I'm now doing like, what was it, 200 and some dollars a day, $270.35 a day, which is like 8,200 per month, which is like 98,000 per year. So that's on one design. What if I have like 3 winning designs going and 3 of these, CBO bundles of campaigns going? So now what if I triple my output? Well, now you're doing triple the numbers. So instead of doing like 270 a day, you're doing whatever that is. It's too early. Let's go 270. So instead of that, now you're doing 810 a day. Times 30 days, 24,000 a month. Times a year, you're almost at 300,000 a year. You can get there. Anybody can get there. You just have to stick it out. Can't quit. When you have a bad string of designs or a couple tests don't work, don't throw in the towel. My advice on that end too is if you run like 2 or 3 tests in a row and you're getting nothing, I challenge you to post that design and what you did in the forums to get help. Because I can look at it and I can look at your design and I can look at your campaign and I can go, okay, here's what I do here. Here's what I'm seeing here. Here's what I think about this. You can make that tweak, and usually people are 1 or 2 tweaks away from getting it right. The ones that I see now that are going off on their own routes and doing their own niches and being like, oh yeah, Will's saying daughter and the greeting card and the gift thing, bah, I can do my own stuff. Okay, but you paid to be here. So why don't you just follow what's being offered and do it, and then add in the other stuff later. So, and I don't want to point anybody out, but I saw a guy today, he posted one, and I was like, awesome, you're taking effort, you're taking action. That's not what we're showing in the training at all. And so you got a sale, you think it was lucky, maybe. I mean, my way is not the only way, but it works. So just follow the format, follow the style, follow the methods, do what we show you, and you will succeed. When you start drifting off, or you start losing focus, or you start trying all these wacky things, or your design is like, looks like a 2-year-old did it, it's not going to sell. So even in my public Facebook group, there's a guy he's posted on like I see when people post for advice and they post to like 6 different groups, you can see it, right? They'd all list them in a row on Facebook. So I see this guy and I saw his design. I'm like, there's a spelling mistake. There's a, one letter was like lowercase instead of uppercase. The whole overall design was like very rudimentary to be nice. The colors were off. Everything was just wrong. And he's trying, he's looking for advice, but it's not what I would recommend to do. Just everything's wrong about it. So for you guys, I can go into a lot of detail and help you and get you to profitability if you just follow it. And when you struggle, post those failures in there and say, what can I do to improve this? When you do that, I'm on your team. I'm on board. I'll help you. I'll be your biggest cheerleader, your biggest supporter. The guys that are like lurking in the forums and they're quiet and they don't do anything, or they take one shot at it and then quit, I'm like, how can I help you if I don't know you need help? So get in there. The only stupid question is the one not asked. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't ask anything. And it drives me nuts. But I can't help people if they don't want help. So anyway, rant over. Get in there. Get some help. Post your losers. Post the ones that failed. And let's tweak them so that you get a winner. Sound good? Awesome. All right, I'm going to end it there. My nose is really stuffing up. And I will get this up and running in the forums so you can view it. And if you have any questions, of course, post them. And then next week, we'll do retargeting. We'll dedicate the whole week to retargeting because that's where all the money comes in. Well, not all, but a ton of money comes in. All right, we'll see you next week. See you in the forums. Have a good day. Hey everybody, welcome to the kind of bonus 4th webinar live training session here. Just wanted to put this separate because it's going to take a little bit of time to go through it all. So basically, we've got designs done, some hopefully selling. We've got 2 methods I showed you, slow and steady, and the rocket method, stage 1, stage 2, and then stage 3 is retargeting. And then stage 4 is scaling, and scaling just means like taking the best ad sets that you have and starting them at a higher daily budget, basically. That's what the scaling section is. So I'm going to show this part now. There's a little bit of pre-work to do. So I'm just going to bring in a little. Oh, first, just let me know if you can hear me and see me okay. If you can hear me chat in here. Just give me a 1 in the chat box if you can hear me and see the screen. Good. Okay, awesome. All right, so here's what we're going to do. So this is the retargeting session. So we're going to do it. We're going to break it into a couple sections here. So it's going to work like this. Day 1, they're going to see a reminder ad. Okay, so people that viewed your page, and then for the next day, they're just going to get a reminder saying, hey, we noticed you viewed this, but you didn't buy it. So come on back and buy it. And then day 3, which means day 2 and 3, right? The day 3 people are going to get an offer, and the offer is going to be for free shipping in this case. And then day 7 is going to be a 15% off discount. And then day 30 is going to be a 20% off OFF discount. And then day 180, like so for the rest, they're just going to see other products in the niche. So we've got to do a couple things. We have to create some coupon codes. So we need a free shipping coupon code, a 15% off coupon code, and a 20% off coupon code. So to do that, what you want to do is, let me go over here for 1 second. Oh, that's my dashboard. Just bear with me 1 sec. Have to log into the right account here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm in the right one. Okay, so I kind of want to leave this page up. Okay, so hit the drop down and go to promotions. I'll just open that in a new tab. So under promotions here, or from your drop down, we're going to create a free shipping one, and then a 15% off, and then a 20% off. So that's step 1. So for the promo code, I just hit this because it doesn't have to be anything you can remember. It's just going to be a link going through from your ad direct. So, and then hit this drop down. We're going to do free shipping in the US. So if you're offering free shipping, you can't really do it worldwide. You can only offer it in the US. And then you click add discount, and then it goes down here. So that's your code. And then the way that you attach it to your link is you take your normal link and you put question mark, PR equals, and then the promo code. So I'll show you how to do that. And then we're going to do another one. So hit this button again. Then we're going to do a discount of a percentage. We're going to do 15% off. Then add. So that'll go right here. And then we'll hit this one more time, and we'll do a percentage, and we'll do 20% off, and then add the discount. So now we've got our free shipping, 15 and 20% off. Okay, and you can turn these on and off too. And you could put an expiration if you really wanted to. But I mean, we're trying to run these evergreen, so it's going to be difficult to use an expiration on them. So create your 3 codes, and then we're just going to leave that screen kind of right there. And then step 2, going back to our little plan here, we need some audiences now to run these 2. So this day 1, day 3, day 7, day 30, and day 180. We already have this day 180 created, which I'll show you, but we need these other 4 audiences created. So let's do that now. So go to your audience manager. So under here, go to audiences. And you'll see it'll load it up. And so we've got all those lookalikes that we did before. And we're just going to create an audience. So we're going to create custom website traffic, and then select your pixel, which I think we're using that. Oh, I didn't use the daughter pixel. Oh, that was dumb. Anyway, that one, and then we want to do view content, and here's where we can change the days. So we can go 1 day, and then refine by URL/parameter. Hit that drop down, campaign URL, and we have to plug in the campaign URL. So go to your listing and grab that part, copy, and paste that in. Now we're going to name this so we know we know number 34 is this necklace in my case. So whatever you named it in your ad account, put that in. And then we'll go 1 day view content and then create. Then we're just going to repeat this for the rest of them. So click done, create, custom, website traffic, use my pixel, view content. In this case, it's going to be 3 days. Refine by URL / parameter. Oops. And then campaign URL. And then, did I lose it? Paste. And then this one is your campaign number, 3-day view content. And then we've got 2 more. So click done, create, custom, website traffic, view content, 7 days, find by URL parameter, campaign URL, that 7-day view content, create. And then the last one is the 30-day, because we already created the 180-day before. So we will go, set this to, 30. Select view content, URL parameter, campaign URL, and then 30-day view content. And if I go here, so if I search by all these, and I filter it by type custom, there. So there's all my custom audiences for this necklace. So I've got my view content, which I created. We created these 3 in other videos. And then I've got my 1 day, 3 day, 7 day, and 30 day. There's my 180 day. All right, so they say pending, but they'll be good to go. Now, we need some images. So we're gonna need, we've got basically a reminder ad, a free shipping ad, a 15% off discount ad, and then a 20% discount off ad. So we need, you can either create these yourself, or what I like to do is go here. And this is like, it's 123royaltyfree.com, 123rf.com. But I use this for a lot of my stuff. And so what I'm gonna do is just type this. So I'm gonna go free shipping. Then I'll search all images. Or I can filter by type, so I could go like vectors, which is not illustrations. And you can see that I get a bunch of badges and stuff. So this is the one I actually bought. When I click it, you'll see. So I actually bought this, so I can use it on my ad. So it just says free shipping, or was it this one or something similar? It was one of these. I'll show you in a sec. So this is where I got my stuff from. So that's free shipping, and then you just type in like 15% off or a discount, either one, and you'll get a whole bunch of these. So you just pick the one you like, and then you do the same for 20%. And you download it to your computer. I think I got that one. I'm pretty sure I downloaded that one. But there's a whole bunch. It just depends on which one you like, whatever your preference is. Or you could buy one that has multiple and then just use Photoshop to change the number. And there's some that have like a whole bunch of them in one, like this one. I didn't like the pink, so I didn't want to do this one. But you could buy this, and then you could crop out whichever discount you want. And they've got more down here. They always have related, so they have your main one. When you scroll down, it's got like related ones to it. So this site has tons and tons and tons of really good stuff that you can use. And oh, another thing too. Say you want to do your own necklaces and you wanted like hearts. Well, you can go here, type in heart, and then you can get a whole bunch of different hearts that you could use on necklaces. Like tons of them. I've actually bought some off here and used them. Or you could buy this one, and you can make multiple designs with different hearts on each one. So you could just crop those out and put them onto a design. Or your necklaces very easily. There's a whole ton of them. So it's a great resource that you can use, and it works very well. I don't even know, they have lots of stuff. Just go here and like start searching through, and you'll find tons of stuff you can buy. It's pretty cheap. Here's the pricing and plans. I just pay kind of on demand. I don't have a subscription. So 40 credits cost me $54. And I think the small version costs you 2 credits. So if you take 54, oops, hang on. Where'd my calculator go? There it is. If you take 54 divided by 40, yeah, $1.35 a credit. So that one little image cost me $2.70 instead of me having to do it myself. So that's pretty cool, right? So we've got that. Now we need to do up our images. So you can see, I'll show you the ones I bought. I bought the 20% off one. I bought the 15% off one. And then I bought that free shipping one. And I've got my 2 images here, which I just got from Teespring. So this, if you look at the size, they're already 1080 by 1080. Same with this one. 1080 by 1080. So these are kind of ready to go. I just put that background on there, but you don't have to if you don't want to. I can actually remove that if I wanted. But so I've got 2 base images that I'm going to use. And for the reminder, I'm just going to show them this one. So I'm just going to show them the necklace. You could have it on a white background too. You don't need the dots. I just put the dots to kind of catch their eye. So now what I need is a free shipping one. So I'm going to remove the white from this, like so. So select color range, just click on the white, click OK, and then click, have to double click over here on the layers, click OK, now it's a layer, and then click delete. So what I did is just remove the background of that, select all, edit, copy merged, and I think I'll put it on this one. So I'll go edit, paste, and I'll put on a new layer. And now I've got my free shipping one, but you can see it's way too big. So I gotta go edit, free transform, and then I'll just make this a little smaller. And then maybe I'll rotate it a little bit like that. And then you're like, okay, that's cool, Will, but I still can't really see it. So over here, you can do blending options. And I could do, I can change the color from red to whatever I want. So I just click color overlay, this box. Let's make it white. And you're still like, well, I can't really see that either. So let's put a stroke on it. So stroke there, and we'll change that to, oops, cancel. Stroke. And then we'll make it a little bit thicker. Oop. Maybe not a stroke. Let's remove the stroke. Let's do outer glow. Let's try that. And let's make this a different color. Or even a drop shadow would do. So we want to turn that up. What did I do before? I can't even remember. Maybe it was... I thought it was this. Nope. Let's try drop shadow. Let's go with the drop shadow. Oh, here we go. There, I can put a little shadow and make it stand out. That's fine. So then we can do normal, and we can turn up the volume. So now that really pops, right, against the black. So you can play around with this, but there's my free shipping one. So now I'll go File, Save As, and I'll do new 1080 free shipping .pst. So then I gotta go File, Export as PNG, and I'll do new 1080 free shipping. So you can see I've created some already, but Now, if I want to use this again, watch this. Hit that and it's gone. So I'm back to normal. But let's do my 15% off one now. So let's go here and let's, again, we're going to create the image for the ad. So select color range, just click it, okay. And then if you try and hit delete here, it'll give you a warning saying content aware. So we'll just double click that, okay, and then delete. And then we've got it on a nice blank template. Oh, and then select all, edit, copy, merge, and I think I'll use this one. So now I'll go edit, paste, and there it is. So there's my 15% off. It looks horrible because it's in a bad spot. It's a bad color. So I'm going to move it. So this one, maybe I'll put it down here and then I'll go edit, free transform or control T. I'll just move it down. And I'll put it like just a little one. Now I can leave that in red if I want. I can rotate it if I want. Do whatever. Hit the move tool. Now, that's kind of hard to see too. So I'm going to right click, blending options. And again, maybe I'll do something different here. There's a bevel. It's kind of cool. There's a stroke. Ooh, really dark, but let's see what we can do with this. Oh, no, didn't want that. Just one. Let's try and turn that up. It's not catching the edge properly on that. But I mean, I could do it just like that too, if I wanted. All right, oh, maybe it's outside. Ah, there we go. Outside, and now that looks awful on the red. So I could change the color. Something lighter. Well, that doesn't look good either. Or I could just keep it white. There. At least you can read it, right? So yeah, it was the outside thing. That's why. So when I put the stroke on the outside and then set it to 10 pixels, it makes it work well. So that looks like it's an embossed one. So that's good enough. It doesn't have to be perfect. So special discount, 50% off. So I'm going to go File, Save As, New 1080, 15 off. And then I'll go File, Export as PNG, Save. So I've got 2 done, and I've basically got 1 left, which is 20% off. So I think for the 20, I'll go back to this one, and I'll put this tag on it. So I'm going to go select, color range, select anywhere in the white, click OK, double click on background, OK, delete, there. Now select all, edit, copy, merged. Now I want to put it on here, so I'll just go edit, paste, and I'll put it into a new layer. There we go. And now I can move this around. So I can have it up here again. I can have it down here. I can have it like spun, however I want to do it. So I go edit, pre-transform, and I can make it a little bit smaller. And I could like rotate it to fit in there if I wanted. I could even put it like that. It's interesting. Make it a little smaller. Try and make it look like it's on the box. Again, doesn't have to be perfect. Good enough. And now let's make it stand out a little. So go blending options. And let's try this again. Well, that kind of stands out right there. If we change that to a white. Ooh, don't like that. So I'll just pick a gray color. And then maybe, don't want to make that too big. Oh, outside. Oh, actually inside looked better on that one. There we go, 20% off, good enough. So there's my 20% off one. So let's go File, Save As, and we'll go New 1080. This is 1080 by 1080, 20 off. File, Export as PNG. Done. Cool. So You can see why I had to put this on a separate live training, because we're already like 24 minutes in and I haven't even started a campaign yet. So to recap real quick, you need the images. So we've got images. We've got 20% off, 15% off, free shipping. All right. You need those. And then you also need your audiences created, right, in order to make this work. So that takes a little bit of time and effort. And now we actually have to create the campaigns. So the first campaign is going to be the reminder. So this is the day one reminder. So they bought it. No, sorry, they viewed it, but they did not buy. So remember, we already have this purchase one here. So we know this purchase custom audience contains everybody who has already bought the necklace. So we want to exclude these people from our retargeting campaign from every ad we do. So let's go here and let's create this campaign. I've already got a name here. There. So I name them like 00. So remember we started with 01. So 00 is the retargeting one. So go to your account, go create, paste in your name. So it's 00 because that's retargeting. The date, retargeting to my daughter, you are amazing. Now down here, remember we usually do conversions, but we don't really need any optimization at all on this campaign because we already know that the people viewed the page. So to save money and to really do something that we couldn't do before either, we're going to do a reach campaign. So click on reach and turn off campaign budget optimization because we want to set the budget for each of the ad sets within the campaign. And each of the ad sets is going to be like day one. One ad set is going to be day one. One's going to be day 3. One's going to be day 7. One's going to be day 30. And one's going to be 180 day. The 180 day is just when you have a couple of your necklaces already up and running and you can put the ads into a carousel and show, you know, that's basically like people didn't buy anything over even the 30 days and all the discounts and free shipping offers you made. So you can use 180 day to just show people more of your stuff within the niche. Okay, so let's create the first one. So it's going to be 0034-00. And then we'll put the date, October. I'm going to type September all the time here. And this one is day 1 reminder. So down here, we can actually copy that, put the name down there too, because all the ads are going to be different in this campaign. And you'll see this is new too. It wants the page that you're going to use. So select your page and save to draft. Now it'll pop open the little window here in a second. And you'll see that the bidding type is auction, but now the campaign type is reach. So it's totally different. And let's go into the first one. And this is going to be a little bit different too. So it's going to look different because it's a different objective. We've never used the reach objective before, but now we're going to. So you just select your page. It should be pre-selected. We're not going to use a dynamic creative, although you could. We're not going to. Now your daily budget, you can basically leave it at $5 to start, because until you have a lot of people, a lot of cold traffic going through your campaigns, there's no point. You're not really going to spend much on the retargeting until you've got a lot of feeder campaigns, which is your slow and steady and your stage 1 and stage 2 of the rocket method that are going to feed this. Okay, so you can start at 5. The key to the budget is if you go to 5 and you're spending 5 every day on these ad sets, then double it to 10. Okay, and then double it to 20. I could even start at 20. I'm never going to spend $20 on this because there's not enough people in the audience yet. So you can start at 5 and leave it there. I'm basically going to start at 20. I'm never going to spend 20 on this in the beginning. Once I get a lot of people flowing through, then I will. So if you're more comfortable at 5, leave it at 5, and then just watch it and increase the budget as you're spending the full budget every day. So you got to watch this a little bit, but you don't even need rules on this. You don't need any of that. It just it's a campaign that runs in the background and it scoops up all the people that viewed your page but didn't buy. So you can start it right now too. It doesn't matter when you start it. It's a reach campaign. It's not the same. It doesn't follow the same rules as the conversion stuff. Now here, we're gonna go something we didn't do before. We're gonna punch this in and type in 0034. And then we're gonna go to custom audiences. And here's what we want day one. So 1 day content view. And we wanna make sure that we exclude, what are we gonna exclude? Buyers. So there's day one. That's our targeting. Now down here, we're basically going to remove that, and we're going to do something different here too. You're going to get people coming from SEO, from Google, as well as your own ad campaigns. So on these retargeting campaigns, we don't care where they are, we don't care what their age is, and we don't care what their gender is, because the whole targeting is based on this audience. And this audience is just a list of people that viewed the page. So our pixel picked it up and pixeled them. So now when they go back on Facebook or off Facebook, we are actually going to show our ads. So these ads are going to follow them all the way around the internet, not just on Facebook, but off Facebook too. And I'll show you why in a second. So put that at worldwide. Leave this as the default. Leave the gender as a default. Even though we want to target men, the audience is going to contain men because it came from our slow and steadies and our stage 1 and stage 2 campaigns. Detailed targeting, don't need any. We've already targeted them with our list. Now, here's the difference too. Remember before we edited placements and we used like news feeds only? Well, this time we're going to keep it on auto. So on auto, I'll just show you where it goes. We're going to go everywhere. So we're going to go news feeds, Instagram, marketplace, video feeds. We're going to go into Facebook stories, Instagram stories. We're going to go into in-stream and in-stream videos, search. I don't know why that's not checked, but apparently you can't do that. Messages, can't do that for a reach campaign. In article, we're going to go there. Now this is the cool part, apps and sites. So we are going to expand your reach with ads in external apps and websites. So places like big newspaper sites, for example, like New York Times, they will run Facebook ads, like banner ads on their site. And a lot of places run Facebook ads. And this is where the apps and sites comes into play. So sites that are off Facebook, your ad will still show. And it's like when you go to Amazon and you look at something, and then you go on Facebook and you see an ad for that product that you look at, and then you go to like CNN.com and you see the ad for the product that you look at. That's what we're doing here. It's the same thing. As well, the audience network, native banner, and interstitial. So banner ads are just banner ads, like it's the old standard, like up in the right of the screen here. This is like a banner. Oh, I can't get off it, but that's like a banner, right? It's a banner that sits on a website, and you click it and you go through to the sales page. The interstitial means, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but you try to go to a website, and before you can get in there, they show you a big ad, and it says this ad will close in like 5 seconds, or click here, and then you can actually go to the article or whatever you're trying to read. As well as videos. We're going to leave all devices on here. So I just want to show you where it goes, but click on auto, make sure auto is there. Facebook loves this because now they get to show your ads everywhere that they want to. So we don't control it anymore. But that's good because this is called warm traffic. This is not cold traffic. So here's the other difference. On the reach, if you click this, you can go by reach or impressions, but just leave it on reach. We got a frequency cap now. Now this is something new. And what they're saying is you can control how many times per day somebody sees your ad, or how many times they see your ad in general. So they have a default of showing this ad to somebody once every 7 days. Well, that's not enough. I want to do like twice, and I want to do a day. So twice a day. I want them to see my ad. Actually, that's twice a day. This is twice. This is like every other day. So put it 2 impressions every day. 0 day means every day. 1 means every other day. 2 means every second day. So put it like that. 2 impressions every day. So if they go off Facebook, they're going to see it. They come back on Facebook, they're going to see it, and then they won't see it again. So you're not bugging people that much, but you're just like in the back of their head. And this is something that you can't do with conversion campaigns that you can do with reach campaigns. So for a delivery type, we leave it on standard. That's a basic setup of the day one. And now we actually have to create the ad. So let's go here. And we have our page by default. Now here, I don't know why I have that in there, but you click on use selected page. So for the Instagram placement, it's going to use your, whatever your page is for it, which is, where's Instagram? Right here in the feed. So look, it's going to look like this. So it'll show as awesome family stuff, sponsored, and then your logo. Now we need to put the image in there. So let's go change image and let's upload our new ones. Which is here. So the first one is a reminder, which I don't even think there, 1080 reminder. So I did create that previously. You do need, that's just one with the necklace with, I put some dots in the background. And let's upload that one. So this is going to be day one reminder. There's no free shipping and there's no discount on this one. So it's going to look like that. And you might get this too. Your ads reach may be slightly lower. Turn that on, request a review. So what they're saying is there's too much text in the ad. When they review it, they'll see that it's part of the product, so it'll be fine. Okay, you might get that, just basically ignore it. Now, what are we gonna say to these people? We noticed you checked this out. Come on back and get one for your daughter now. That's it. Because we already know, well, let's go to the mobile feed. We noticed you check this out, come on back and get one for your daughter now. And then if I go over here, see what it looks like. So I got to add the URL, which is this. So this one does not have any discount attached. So I'm going to click on add website URL and scroll down to the red box here, paste. And then it'll actually be connected. And then here, we could leave it as to my daughter, you're amazing. But we're gonna say, click here to get this now. She will love it. So, and then we could put a button, and I actually do like to put a button. And remember before I said like learn more works really well? Well, that's cold traffic. This is warm traffic. So I'm gonna do shop now. So that's gonna be my ad for somebody as, this is like my reminder ad for them to come back. Then just scroll down and make sure here, this is good. They didn't turn my pixel on. So turn it on and make sure you select your pixel. So for me, it is this one, the 149. And remember, you can check that by going to your page, going to Pixel Helper, and looking at the pixel ID. So 149 is mine. So make sure that's turned on. So we've got the first one done. So now I want to do a duplicate of this, and I want to do my day 3 one. So I'm going to change the name and the number to day 2. Oh, sorry, day 3. And this is free shipping. So I have to take that, well, I'll wait for a second. So I can leave the daily the same. I can increase that later, start it right now. But now here, I want to click this and click exclude. So I don't want the one-day people to see the free shipping, and I don't want buyers to see the free shipping, but I do want the 3-day people to see the free shipping. So there's my targeting. 3-day view content, excluding the 1-day view and the purchasers. Okay, very simple. And then what I'll do is I'll grab this name. I'm going to leave everything else the same. So it's going to be auto placements, worldwide, all that is just default. And the same, 2 impressions. I guess I changed my 0 to a 1 every day. I don't know why it goes down to 0. Yeah, 1 is the right, sorry. 1 is the right one. Every day. So every day they'll see it twice. You could turn that up to like 20 if you wanted, but then you'd be annoying people. So now go to the ad. The only thing I'm going to change here, well, a couple things. I'm going to paste in the ad name. I'm going to change this image now. So edit image, change, upload. And I want to grab my new free shipping one, which is somewhere in here. right there. So let that load, continue. There, so this is free shipping. And now I'm going to change what this says to, how about free shipping to sweeten the deal. We know she will love to get this from you. Get her one now. Shipping is on us. So we're talking to them. And we're saying, instead of click here to get this, click here for free shipping. Then we'll put this. Limited time offer. Now, this URL, I have to modify this because I need to put my code on it for free shipping, and that is this code. So go to your promotions, copy that, and remember it's $PR equals. So let's go back here, let's put that on here. So $PR equals the code. Now if you want to test that, go to an incognito window, paste, oops, I grab the whole, ooh, what happened there? Well, that's neat, I never saw that before. PR equals, okay, so grab this whole URL, then go to your incognito window. Check that out. So now when they come here, it says free shipping, congratulations. You'll be receiving free shipping within the US at checkout, continue. Then it says that here too. So when they add to cart, whatever, you pay for the shipping now. So it's going to be deducted from the revenue that you make. And you're saying, well, I'm not making as much on that, so I'm not going to offer free shipping. But these are people that almost bought, so they're a little bit higher probability of buying now. So we might as well get something out of them. Something is always better than nothing. And all these little somethings will add up, if that makes sense. Okay, so that's what it looks like. Very cool, right? And it's all with this little code. So $PR equals, and then the code that you created within Teespring. And then make sure that your pixels turned on again. And so that is our free shipping one. So now we have to do a couple more. So there, duplicate. And this is our number 3, third ad set in our retargeting sequence. That's 7. And this one we're going to offer 15% off. So how? Okay, let's go down. Leave out $5. Remember, turn it up if you're spending the full 5. So to keep it simple, we'll just go like this. Exclude that. So now we're excluding all of our previous ones. So type in your number, then go 7 day. So this is a 7 day minus 3 day minus 1 day minus the buyers. I mean, technically you could just exclude the 3 day and the buyers, but why not just keep it like that? I mean, then you're making sure that you're excluding everybody you want. Actually, if you exclude the 3 day, it should include the 1 day anyway, but we'll leave it like that, just for simplicity's sake. So let's hit that drop down to move that down to there to exclusion. Include this one. Leave all these settings the same. And then go copy that. Ad set name. Click on your ad. Paste. And now we're going to change this. So first thing is edit the image, change image, upload. And let's go to the new 15 off. Let that load. So you can see within the sequence, people are seeing different images and different discount. That's really small. Oh well. So they're not going to have banner blindness to this. So now we'll say this. We'll say, how about free shipping, sweeten the deal? For a limited time, take 15% off this awesome necklace for your daughter. And you could say like You gotta be careful here. I think this might get disapproved, but I'm gonna put it in there. What is stopping you? Get it for her now. And now, click here for, instead of free shipping, put 15% off. Order down. So we're getting a little bit more aggressive here with what we say. And now remember, that code is for the free shipping. So we need this code, 15% off code, copy it, go back, and we will edit this link to be this. And just copy the whole thing. And again, go to an incognito window. No, it's still pulling my old code. How did it cook me on an incognito window? Bummer. Oh, maybe because I have the other window open. Anyway, that should show. Got the right one, right? Yeah, 15% off. Well, let's go to Firefox instead. Let's try this. There. So you like Teespring does cookie you, so they've cookied me with free shipping. That's why they're showing that. But those cookies do expire. And now this one is for somebody who will get 15% off. You can see what it looks like. I'll put this up here now too. Thank God it didn't click anywhere. But you click continue and then say congrats, you'll be receiving 15% off your purchase. So that's perfect. Good. Wonderful. So now we've got one more to do. And that's our day 30. And on this one, we're going to offer them 20% off for like quite a while. So you can see how people are going to see these ads and they're going to be like, holy crap, they're still trying to get me to buy here. Maybe I'll actually buy one of these days. So again, for simplicity's sake, that drop down exclude, and then 0034, custom audience, and then there's 30-day view content, excluding all those other ones. And now let's go to the ad, paste in the name, and we'll just edit the image, change image, and then we'll upload, and here it is this one. Then we'll click continue. There. And then we'll change the text. So we'll say, get her one now. Click here for 20% off. And then we have to change this link. So let's go here, grab that promo code, go back. Paste. There we go. So now that when they click here, it'll go for 20% off. Then we can change this up to limited time offer again if we want. Whatever you want to put in here is fine. Shop now. So now they'll see this for like 30 days. And then the last one we can do is a little carousel ad. So let's go to the last one. Now, really, we could stop there. We could have just the 4 ad sets. And the other retargeting could be a totally separate campaign. To keep it easy, because this one is really just for this particular necklace. So you can certainly stop here, but if you wanted, you can do this too. So do another duplicate. Then we'll change this to number 5. You might want to run this in a separate reach campaign though. This is just day 180. And this is like all necklaces. So wait, all daughter necklaces. So here, you would put your budget, you can put it at $5, whatever you want. And then we can just exclude these just to keep it simple. And then we can go 180 day, which is right there. Worldwide, again, auto, same stuff. And I'll just grab this. I'll grab this. And then I'll use selected page. Then now here's the difference. So we were using single images before, but now you could do this carousel and you can populate it with all the daughter necklaces you have. And we can change the text too. So instead of saying 120% off, we just say, check out these awesome dad to daughter necklaces. Then we'll say, pick your favorite and get it for her now. And here, we don't have a see more URL, but if you had a store, you could put it in there. I don't know if they even want this. Might give us an error. Yeah, so just put in the link to your first one. Or your store. Could go there. But send them to something that has yours on it. And then for the shop now, it's fine. Pixel's good. Now, here is where we can do the slides. So, first image, I could select an image. I could say, it's actually pulling one for me. Let me see something here. Just 1 second. Okay, so let's try this. Let's go here. And make sure you remove that. There. All right, so headline, we can write this. Amazing. So we'll put this. You are amazing. There. And then it'll pull the image automatically based on the URL. And we can click on automatically show the best cards first, add a card at the end with your page profile picture. That's fine if you want. So then if I want to add another one, I can do so. Just grab another URL here. So click on 2. And all you have to do is change this. And it will actually pull the image from that page. Hopefully, yeah, it did. So here you put the name of it, just in case. This is awesome too. And then 3, we're going to remove it because I don't have 3. But if you want to add more, say you have like 10 of these, just hit this plus sign and add another one. So I'm going to preview this. Oh, I can't preview it yet. Let's look at it on desktop. So it's going to look like this. So check out these awesome dad to daughter necklaces, pick your favorite and get it for her. So I only have like 2 that I'm going to put in here for now. But if you have like 10, put all 10 in. And then this will show to people who have viewed your stuff, but it will exclude people that are in the retargeting sequence. So you can see how this little ad can make a lot of money too, because you're showing multiple necklaces to guys that you know are in that niche. You know that they're dads with daughters because they've already clicked your stuff. Otherwise, why the hell would they have clicked your ad in the first place? So pretty powerful, right? Like, I hope you can see the power in that. This ad set alone should be like your top performer, in my opinion, because you load it up with all your designs. That's how it looks. And that's how it looks on mobile. I think you have to swipe on mobile to get it, but it's going to go to all these places, marketplace, everywhere. So it's a very powerful ad to run, and the carousel ads are nice because it gives them multiple options. So if a guy kind of clicked that design and didn't buy it, maybe he didn't like something about the design that didn't click with him. But when you have like silver ones in there with different styles and different quotes and all that stuff, then eventually this guy is going to buy. And for the next like half a year, we're going to be showing him this ad. So it's going to be constantly popping up in his face. Well, not constantly, but we could even turn down the reach if we wanted. So instead of having it go twice a day, we could turn this down to maybe once every 3 days. That's probably a good idea, because then you're not going to tick him off and he's not going to report your ad. So what's left? Review and publish, baby. Fix error. Oh boy. Default image. Okay, let's try and publish that. I don't know what that was. Might have been for the carousel. If they're being picky about the carousel, just upload your own image. So we've got day 1, reminder. Day 3, free shipping. Day 7, 15% off. Day 30, 20% off. Day 180, all the daughter necklaces. So, if you guys are still here, I know lots of you are, give me one in the chat box if you think this is the best campaign that you're going to run. Absolutely. Right on. Can you see the power of this retargeting sequence? Like, it is awesome. So the very cool part is, now, if you're front end stuff, if you're slow and steady and you're stage 1 and you're stage 2, if that's like doing okay or breaking even or losing a little bit even, this campaign will turn you to profits. So remember I always said, like, you have definite winners and you have kind of winners. This will turn a kind of winner into a definite winner. As you feed more and more people into these audiences and they go through the sequence, reminder, free shipping, discount, and then all of them, you're going to be getting sales daily from this. So it's just a super powerful way, kind of like to clean up everything and turn those non-buyers into buyers. So a lot of people that I've seen, they only run the cold traffic stuff. And so it's all impulse buys and they don't follow up. And if you don't follow up, you're not going to make the sale. In my business, like not physical products, I would never have made a penny on a course or coaching or forums or whatever it may be if I didn't follow up with people. In fact, like I'll run a webinar and I will get the least amount of sales, well, not the least, but the lower amount of sales on the day of the webinar versus the last day that I offer it, because you have to follow up and people have to know you. And once they start seeing your page and once they start seeing these necklaces like hit them all the time, it's going to be almost subconscious and subliminal. And eventually one day they're going to go, yeah, I don't know why I didn't buy that. I'm going to buy that now. Or maybe the dog was barking, or maybe somebody came to the door, or maybe they were driving when they saw it and somebody's like texting at a stoplight and they saw your necklace and they couldn't buy it then. This sweeps in and says, knock, knock, I'm still here. Knock, knock, still here. Knock, knock, still here. Still here. Still here. And people will be like, yeah, that is a good idea. Man, Christmas is coming up. I better get that. Or like her birthday's coming up. I better get that. So I love these things. This retargeting campaign is my favorite one. If I could, I would only run this, but you can't because you have to fill the top of the funnel, it's called, with cold traffic. And then this one just continually pounds them and reminds them. It just says buy, 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 buy until they do. And they will. So a question coming in. If you have any questions, post them in there. Oh, so try stroke and set pixels to 5. Yeah, good call. I don't know. Sometimes when I'm running these, I'm thinking of like the next step instead of the step I'm on. So when I'm running these on my own, it's I don't miss the steps or my little details. So I reload. Yeah, they're still in review. So here's a question. Any suggestion for getting Teespring to activate jewelry on? I filled out the form and checked with support. They gave me a boilerplate that didn't help. Oh, they haven't activated you yet? If they haven't activated you yet, email sellers@teespring.com and say that you're in my program and you need it activated. And then they should do it. Mention my name and mention Kate Schoaf. Say Kate and Will told me to email you. And usually that'll help. All right, so yeah, so we spent an hour on one campaign with 5 ad sets. Pretty cool, right? But I mean, this is powerful stuff. This is stuff that you have to do. If you have a kind of winner and you're like, man, I don't know how to make it work, this is how you make it work. This will just clean it up, turn it from kinda to holy shit, this is profitable, I love this. And then you come back in and you go, okay, I've been running a lot of cold traffic, a lot of slow and steady, a lot of stage 1, stage 2. It's kind of floundering, whatever. Some of it's doing good, some of it's not. You come in and you turn these daily budgets up. So you go from 5 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 50, 50 to 100, 100 to 250, 250 to 500. All of a sudden, you're making some pretty good coin. All right, I hope you guys can see the potential. I hope you're super excited. We're not done. Now it's time to take all the training that we've done and apply it. And you need to apply it multiple times. I'm going to talk about this in the forums a little bit more, and I have something coming up for you in between now and the next challenge, which is coming up beginning of November. I've got something that we're going to do in between. Okay, so I didn't forget about you guys. Perfect. Doorbell just rang. Dog just barked. I'm going to turn it off right now. And thank you, everybody, for coming on. I will get this replay up ASAP.